And anybody else who's there. Thank you for joining. I'm sorry we cannot offer you breakfast. I mean, we can offer you
Can you
the,
hear us? Can you ask if they can
we
hear
can
us?
offer you the view of our breakfast, which is healthy and nice. And we want to make sure that you can hear us. So, Kerstin and Manuela, if you can show your faces or just use this hand or something, raise your hand to see that you are listening. But you may not be listening because we take another half hour almost to start, like 25 minutes. So you don't need to check that. Okay, Manuela, Geneva is connected. Great. Thank you. So we'll take another 20 minutes here with the breakfast, right? Before we start, that's the program. 9:30 will start. You can hear us, right? You want to say something also to see if we can hear you?
Yes, good morning to you, Georgios, and everybody. I can hear you quite well, a little bit of echo, but it's not a big deal.
We can hear you very well too. Thank you. Yes, Geneva, New York, there is a connection. After all. Thank you.
Yes. Right, yeah. Hello. So my name is Julie Cohen. I'm the Vice President of the Foundation for the Government and Sustainability, or the proposal of on behalf of us, a very warm welcome to all of you, including particularly very far Massachusetts, and also those connected to from many parts of the world. And I want to give a special welcome to the Minister of the Environment and Minerals. And I also wanted to convey our thanks to the Global Challenges Foundation, whose generous funding has made this activity possible. The title of this gathering is Inclusive Global Governance for a Peaceful World. And this is our topic precisely because the world today seems increasingly fractured, conflict-riddled, violent, very fragile in the face of multiple crises. And also global governance mechanisms, including the United Nations, do not seem to be doing enough to deal with these crises, and also not being inclusive in the decision making and continuing to exclude those who have traditionally been marginalized and left most vulnerable to the crises that we're facing. And obviously, we cannot cover such a broad topic comprehensively in one day of discussions. So we are focusing on some specific issues. And we're starting with a presentation and discussion of a report on how leaders in the global south see global governance. And I wanted to take the opportunity to thank Humaniza Com of Brazil, and especially Suzanne Victor, for their partnership and leadership in putting this report together. This will be followed by a conversation about a collection of analyses and proposals by former UN staff members about how the United Nations better serve the cause of peace. Then the third session is on a proposal FOGS is looking forward on the establishment of a global resilience council in the United Nations to deal with non-military threats. And finally, we'll be discussing how to bring the Ukraine war to an end with the United Nations playing an active role. I also wanted to share with you that one of the areas of FOGS' work is in narrative building. And FOGS, as you will see from our name, works to help build better, more inclusive, more just global governance and to advance sustainable development. And one of the ways that we try to do this is by promoting a new collective global narrative that speaks of hope, of solidarity, of inclusivity, justice, fairness, peace, and living in greater harmony. And narratives are, as you know, basically stories that we tell one another, that we tell ourselves. And we feel that stories are crucial in helping us understand and define who we are, how we see others, our own lives, the world we live in, and also our purpose, both as individuals and societies, and hence also in driving us to work together with others. And I think when we think about the world today, There are plenty of reasons for it. The Ukraine war, fallouts, the climate crisis, the quality, erosion of democracy in many parts of the world. And I do think it's important to be clear-eyed and sober about how serious these are and how difficult. But at the same time, we have, and I really do think that the fact of all of these today, time, oh, sorry. Hello? Yes. So I think this coming together really does have value when the world seems increasingly breaking apart and basically not talk to one another. And I think we can say the same when we see the world leaders coming together at the UN General Assembly, however grudging. I think this does tell us that the United Nations still is an important forum, and the world leaders are not ready to give up on that. And this, almost 80 years after its founding, and all the grumbling that we all the time about everything that's wrong with it, I think it's important to remember that working together, we have achieved some pretty amazing things. And when I think about this, I always try to remember the lesson of this wonderful teacher on the use of data, who also worked with closely with the United Nations. And one of his messages was, when you make judgments about the world, don't rely just on your gut feelings, which tend to always tell us that things are bad, even when they're not. And I think he showed us how much we don't know of really basic data about important issues like poverty, health, education, etc. And another lesson is don't just look at where the world is, but step back and look at the long term. And as he used to say, most things gradually. And I think it is important to look at, since we're talking about the global south, how far the countries of the global south, just in the past few decades, not only in terms of economic, but also in making human well-being better. For example, even though COVID has set us back pretty badly, extreme poverty, the portion of people has come down by over half. And infant mortality also come down almost. And these are really big achievements and were results of efforts by the countries themselves. But I think the momentum created by international cooperation led by the United Nations to achieve the SDGs has contributed a lot towards these achievements. And as much as people tend to see the forums at the UN as talk fests, these dialogues have also led to pretty seismic shifts in the way humanity itself and what it means for us to live together as a community of peoples with respect for one another. For example, despite the recent pushback by many quarters, we did manage to very broad support for globally for the principles of human rights, including women's rights, children's rights, the rights of indigenous people. And the SDGs also are an expression of that shift, and a shift from seeing development mainly as an economic growth issue to a process of more ethical society. And I say this not to be triumphalist or for us to win laurels, but just to remind us that we are capable of achieving big things, and therefore have no excuse to say we can't overcome the crisis that we face today. And there are never any magic solutions except persevere. But to persevere, I think we need to resist the temptation to fall into both a narrative of despair, this continually repeating, for example, that the UN is relatively irrelevant. And also resist the kind of narrative about reforms leading to transformative change in the short term. And I think it's a kind of rhetoric that inevitably leads to the. And we do this a lot, for hope, I think. And what we need is rigorous analysis, understanding of reality and what can impact change and how, and then just this relentless, dogged pursuit of those changes that turn. And I hope the work that we're going to take to improve our understanding of where we are and what we can strengthen our results.
What I think defines us at Fox and beyond is that we are a group of people who really believe in the plan. We see its weaknesses, but we see also its potential and the need for it. So today is also a celebration of Fox networks and partners. We have 2 reports. One of them was done with the Global South Perspectives of Global Governance Reform Network. The second one was with the PLC, the Peacemaking Reflection Group of former UN staff. We have people from both groups here and online, but also we have from our speakers, people from the C4UN, the Coalition for the UN We Need, which is a very important gathering of NGOs, civil society organizations from around the world. We see colleagues, etc., from the UN. So there is at least a group of people who really want to make it happen, work, even if we don't fully see eye to eye on the details, and we see that in practice today. We want a lively discussion, and please don't hold back if you want to say something. Yes, when we start the discussion. There'll be coffee, all these technical things. We'll have a break after the first part, the first report's presentation and discussion. Light lunch will be served until 5. Please stay around. And now we can go, I think, to the presentation of the first report, of which Sirene is the main author and will do the presentation. And then we'll call the minister afterwards, perhaps, or you can come already. And then Mr. Solvica will share the discussion. Please. We have a problem. We have only one microphone working. The other needs to charge. So, charge.
Yes. My voice is strong, okay?
No.
Okay, now? It is not working. My try is working. Okay. So, hello everyone. Thank you very much for joining today. My name is Sirene Victor. I'm a Brazilian journalist and a book professor. Journalism and law. I'm going to present the report organized by Global South Perspective Network You can see I have adjusted some dates. Yes, this is our first cover. Yes, because it's a new experience for us. This report was organized in partnership FOGS and my research group, Humanitarian Journalism and Media Interventions. It's a research group based on Methodist University in São Paulo, and our focus is on humanitarian issues and the impact of climate change and wars and conflicts and violence. And so in this case, you have here, Samana, can you please, one. Okay. Oh, yes, and just to show the names of authors. Here? Okay. Here the authors, you have authors from South Africa, Brazil, Uruguay, Argentina, Iran, Egypt, Belgium. What else? Is Jordan, in the United States. Yes, Argentina. But just to understand the point or the idea behind the report, we decided, it's not decided, but we commented in discussion many times what we could do to discuss the UN reform or the reform of the multilateralism from different perspectives. As a journalist, we have Benedini, Roberto, and many other communication professionals or journalists know, then we'll say, when journalists, if a journalist doesn't have any idea about UN reform, be sure the audience doesn't have any idea also. That's because there is a lack of information about this issue and what kind of people or group the UN reform discussions want to achieve. Yes. And here you have the background, yes, the UN reform background, and the Georges can also after, don't worry, Georges can talk after. Yes, and so in this case we start. What is the point to start the report? The UN reform, this is the first one. The second one, what we can do to move this? There is one expression in two kinds of politics. Politics of pity and politics of belonging. What kind of politics do this group want to follow? Yes, and beside the politics of belonging. In this case, you have a combination of voice, amplifying voice, but guarantee the sensitive listening, and then to promote the sense of belonging. In this case, we start to discuss the network. So, Mana, please. And you have a song, yes, and then we start to discuss the report. That's why now I will focus my speech. Yes. Can you go on? Yes, I talk about this one. Okay, the engagement regional, yes. Now we start to talk about the network. We started in 2022, last year. FOGS organized a series of roundtables, yes, from different regions, but three of them highlight some points, as because it was Benedino was there, Dario, Roberto, Delphine was coming now with us, and many colleagues. And what we realized that there is voice. The problem is who wants to listen to this voice. So we start to promote voice. The report is something like, this is a part of the listen, it's not a voice. Voice, the SAT, the global SAT has voice, but then about the listening, that is this idea of the report. Can you go, Yes, and now is the structure of the report. Okay, and now this is our cover, and then the next one is the structure of the report. Part 1, you'll have as a survey because we combined 3 methodological approaches. The first one was the survey, but so you have 8 billion people in the world, and we achieved 500 people, but so it's not enough. It's what kind of voice we have there? But many of the group that we achieved has a stronger voice. They are academics, journalists, experts in many fields, and representative of government and the other fields. And the second part is, so, and of course, the focus group, and then document analysis. The part 2 of the report, you have these insights from focus group, and then the part 3 is analyze the representation of the Global South in key global governance reform documents. Is another methodological approach, is a document analysis. And the last one is the role played by media. And you have the pleasure to then we will hear Benedict, please. Okay, the survey, just to show you, because you have access to the document, just to show some parts of the survey. So we started to in-depth discussion about what kind of a question we can elaborate and to promote this sense of belonging in our respondents. And we had divided the document in 3 parts. The first part is about military threats, and the second one, no military threats, considering that Global South has faced the impact of climate change, food insecurity, water insecurity. So you have this kind of discussion. And the next one, the role played by UN in this case, and then the proposal of a Global Resilience Council that George will going to talk, and the role played by me. So this is just to show some parts. Okay, see, and here we divide the demographic characteristics. You can see that we achieve. I don't like to use it. This word is important. It's not about important people, but people with the power to share this discussion. It's not important people, but people that here is 500 people. It's not important. People with a voice, stronger voice to divide this discussion. Yes, and here in it's not of course that we faced a lot of challenge to achieve 500 people because we didn't use companies, we didn't pay to respondents. As it's a big challenge, but we achieved 500. Okay. And then MENA, Latin, Africa, that's the last one is MENA. Yes, and then and here's the focus group. You can, because I will invite our colleagues. As the document analysis, I will invite Klaus also. Okay. So the last one is that Benedina will talk about the role played by media in this context. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Selini, for that eloquent presentation. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yellow Sweet. I've already been introduced as a former minister of South Africa. Dangerous to give a minister a platform, but I will try and business-like. I am about to invite us, Ben,
is the second part of the report. But I hope that we've noted a number of interesting comments that Celine has made. I was able to pick up two because I'm looking this way while the report is for you. The first comment is that there is a voice. But within that, ask a very critical question. Who is this? And that's very important. Who is this? The voice is there, but who is this? The second comment that is very interesting that she has made, she says, the people, firstly, the people who wrote the report, who were part of the process, are a collective. And I want to link that up with what was raised by Ruth when she was welcoming. Ruth says, we are together, which means we are a collective of interested human beings who are interested about the matters of the world that affect humanity. I think that's critical. That's very important. And it speaks to the essence of why we are here. Lastly, which again, important, she stresses humility. She says they are not important. Please let us not take that literally. They are not important. They are very important because they are the people who take interest in matters that affect humanity. On that note, I'm sorry to have taken long in my comments, but I had to get you to know the voice and hear the voice, this voice, and I can see that you are listening. I am now going to invite Georgios to present the second report. Thank you very much.
It's a collective work, so I think with Selena we have to see the order of the colleagues who will present now. For me, I can talk about the Global Resilience Council where the time comes, right? And just a few words about this effort of the survey, but it was translated into 7 languages, right? With the effort of the colleagues from all these countries, so that we didn't want this to be only a privilege for those who speak English or feel comfortable with the English language. So we had it in also in Arabic, in French, in Farsi, in Turkish, Portuguese, of course. How did I forget that? Spanish, French, and of course English. Yeah. So the survey went around, and we had like 530, I think, responses. So the trends are similar, more or less, in the 3 regions. We have not included Asia because we don't have enough colleagues from there yet to cover it, but we intend the network to expand also and cover the whole world. Right. So for the next plan, there'll be an Asia part too. What we did, the focus groups were like, in addition to the survey, we got some stakeholders together from each one of the 3 regions, and we had a discussion with them on the same questions as the survey, but a bit more interactive and to get into more depth. The journalists also had their own focus group from all 3 regions. And then we had this paper, the document analysis by Klaus, and we'll talk about that, some key documents of the report. Just again to give you an overview. So should we start with the analysis of the survey from regions, or what you can? Yes. So back to the
Thank you very much, Jordan. Okay, we can. I'd like to invite you, because the focus group, the first one was Africa, and then American, America and Caribbean, and then Armenia, but now American.
Thank you, Sabina. Just because we've been limited in the time that we have got this morning, so I'm just going to make some remarks which captures the spirit of what the think of the African Focus Group is. Of course, the full report is available in the report itself. So the panorama of peace and security across Africa is intricate and marked by many challenges, including armed conflicts, terrorism, and political volatility. The recent surge of coups across Africa shows we must address many political, social, economic, governance challenges. These issues hamper Africa's advancement and have far-reaching implications for global stability. The colonial legacy has also left an indelible mark on the continent, shaping its social, economic, and political structures, ways that perpetuate inequality. Inequality is exacerbated by global dynamics that disproportionately affect Africa. International corporations and governments continue to exploit the continent's abundant natural resources, often without adequate compensation or benefit to local communities. This form of neocolonialism deepens existing inequalities and undermines Africa's ability to achieve sustainable development. Militarization of Africa has emerged as a critical issue that warrants immediate attention. The continent has seen significant increase in domestic and foreign military presence, raising concerns about the long-term implications for peace and security and sovereignty. The increasing presence of foreign military bases across the continent further complicates the situation. The presence of these bases often serves to protect the interests of the foreign powers rather than contribute to regional stability. Adding another layer of complexity are non-state actors, such as Wagner, that the involvement of such entities in the African conflicts operates in a legal grey area, often without oversight and accountability. Then, while the UN's role is undeniably crucial, its track record reveals a disconcerting pattern. A high failure rate in sustaining peace agreements, particularly in Africa. The UN's top-down approach often overlooks the complexities of local conflicts. It fails to adequately engage African institutions and communities with a more advanced understanding of the issues. Thus, as a response to situations where the UN is unable or unwilling to respond, the African Union has increasingly become a significant player on the global stage, particularly in matters related to peace. Its initiatives, such as the Africa Standby Force, demonstrate a commitment to proactive conflict resolution. This is not without its challenges. The resource gap inevitably leads to a dependency on the UN and other external actors for support, particularly in peace operations and humanitarian intervention. The interplay introduces its own complexity, often resulting in an imbalanced power dynamic between the AU and the UN. The UN should acknowledge the AU's unique understanding of African issues and grant it a more substantial role in decision-making processes. In fostering its relationship grounded in mutual respect and shared responsibilities, the UN should heed the calls from African nations for more sustainable and predictable funding for peace and security initiatives. This is not a plea for aid, but a call for the international community to proactively back regional responses and conflicts. Turning to the international arena, the UN system is increasingly facing a crisis of legitimacy. The UN's inability to ensure that countries meet their commitments has eroded its credibility. The shortcomings of the UN have paved the way for the emergence of alternative international groups, such as BRICS, now expanded by another 6 countries and to be further expanded. The countries will seek options if the existing global structures do not respond to their needs. These alliances offer a different model of global governance, one that challenges the Western-centric paradigm. While the rise of such groupings may provide new avenues for cooperation, it also reflects broader disillusionment with traditional multilateral institutions. This shift could have significant implications for how global challenges are addressed. Considering a UN reform's slow and often frustrating pace, alternative solutions are proposed. One such proposal comes from the Foundation for Global Governance and Sustainability, which suggests the establishment of a Global Resilience Council. This body could, in our opinion, focus group's opinion, would focus on non-military issues and non-military existential threats such as on existential threats such as climate change, pandemics, and economic instability. By concentrating on these pressing issues, it could serve as a catalyst for making the UN system more responsive and focused on the long-term planning needs required to move countries from fragility to resilience. It could be a supplementary mechanism to address urgent global challenges. In closing, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment. The challenges that confront us, be they inequality, climate change, or geopolitical tensions, are not confined to Africa. They are global in scope. As such, they require global solutions. The existing multilateral system, epitomized by the UN, should serve the interests of humanity rather than the narrow interests of the few. The urgency calls for reimagining the role and structure of the UN and other multilateral institutions. We must seize this moment to create a more equitable, just, and resilient global governance system. Let's remember that the multilateral system should serve everyone, especially those in the global south who are often most effective in this history. Thank you.
Technically, we'll probably have the same questions for the next region. So would that be next region is?
Yes.
For people to sit here, yes. For big questions. We'll make room. So, yeah.
Hold on, Roberto, just a minute. Yeah, I think it's fair that we introduce you properly, that you are representing as one of the writers of the report. So, that's to say that on the previous report, two things have been proposed. The reimagination of United Nations, and of utmost importance, the establishment of the Global Resilience Council. I thought we should take that away, that one from the first presentation. Thank you very much. Over to you, Roberto.
Thank you. Good morning, yeah. My name is Roberto. I'm a professor and research in Brazil. First of all, I would like to thank the
Professor Sim and George and folks should invite me to participate in this important group. It's an honor for me to collaborate on such a significant project that creates really vast the global south. I'd like also, in the same way, to meet my fellow researchers and everyone present here today. Thank you. As announced, I had the pleasure to conduct this focus group, bringing together personalities in different areas of research and knowledge in Latin America. The Latin focus group took place in August 2023. And I will try, in a few words, very few words, to report what was done in the Latin focus. Okay. Okay. The focus group was conducted via Zoom and had 5 participants out of 19 who were invited. 1 participant represented Argentina, and the other 4 were from Brazil, including politicians, professors, researchers, geologists, physicists, climate scientists. The group comprised 2 women and 3 men. The first session focused on the primary 3 threats to security and peace in the region or counter of threats, considering perspective from Argentina and Brazil. The key questions were: what are the primary threats to security and peace, and how does your field, whether it's politics, academia, or government, play a role in addressing the no-nuclear threats? The teams discussed on peace and security threats. The Argentine representative emphasized the importance of preserving peace in the region and raised concerns about U.S. interests, advocated for more active UN intervention and global collaboration. The Brazilian professor criticized the lack of attention to community foundations in public policies, particularly in education, and highlighted the result of threats and violence in schools. The physicists called for a new governance system to replace the current UN, but expressed uncertainty about achieving this change, even resistance from powerful countries. Geologists emphasized the connection between expertise and climate change, highlighting ideological and political polarization in Brazil, and the focus for structural projects to address inequality. Journalist and communication professor discussed Brazil's internal challenges with the politicization of armed force, polarization, and the spread of fake news, calling for big tech regulation and addressing inequality as a top priority. In summary, as representatives underscore the urgency of addressing regional and global challenges such as peace, climate change, governance reform, and inequality through collaborative efforts and innovative solutions. On non-military threats, participants were asked to identify prevalent non-military threats in Latin America. These include food security, water security, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the persons, climate change impacts like natural disasters, pollution, discrimination, gender-based violence, minority abuse, refugee and immigration issues, child abuse, human rights abuse, widespread violence, and internet access problems. The discussion highlights climate change as a significant concern impact on climate-driven migrations and water scarcity challenge. Access to universal water was contrasted with reality, where research conflicts like oil could escalate into water disputes. The importance of protecting vital resources for the well-being and security of population was stressed, emphasized water as a human right. Discussion also touched upon public policy challenges, particularly in Brazil, where economic resources exist but are often poorly managed at the municipal level. The need to adapt a governance approach to Brazil's diversity was mentioned. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed vulnerabilities in the population and the lack of defined care plan. In conclusion, the focus was on communities and individuals faced several social and environmental vulnerability, especially during economic, political, or environmental climate crisis includes natural disasters. The central concern was addressed who was most impacted, which often includes communities and individuals in external social environment. Climate change was identified as a core challenge with far-reaching effects on various interconnected issues. Inequality was highlighted as a key factor underlying this challenge and was seen as the result of national decisions over years. Overall, participants emphasized the need for global collaboration, address internal challenges, and establish effective governance system to tackle contemporary issues, spanning from peace and security to climate change and equality. So this is a brief summary of the discussion in the Life Focus Group. The report can be found in the report by Global Staff Perspective and work edited by Significant and George Kostakis for the authors. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Representing the region Latin America. He is also endorsing the establishment of the need for a global body like the Global Resilience Council that has been spoken about here for a number of reasons and challenges that he is facing in his report. So I think we must give him another round of applause. Very, very instrumental in our society, the media. And it is on that note that I'm going to invite Bennett.
Nina means the Middle East, not the media.
Okay. I think EFRA is representing this category. Please come forward. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. Silent. There was no voice, but somebody was listening. Thank you very much. I'm happy to introduce this Sherry Delfani, representing Nina, telling Middle East. North Africa. Middle East and North Africa. Please bear with me. This is my first time sharing such an august or an august gathering like you. Please bear with me. Thank you very much. But just note that this is the third region. We are regional. We are not speaking as individuals. We are representing a group of countries in our region. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm sharing the time. I'm Professor of Six University. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Sherry Delfani, coming from University of Six University. Professor, but my background is environment and climate change modeling. Also, I am a politician and working in federal government in the UK government. But my aspiration on climate change, anxiety, climate change difficulties, sustainability, and especially poverty and women, girl inequality in terms of tackling the climate change. I'm very pleased to be here today, and thank you so much to all participants and also to colleagues and students, and the rest of colleagues here. In MENA regions, which cover the Middle East, non-military threats, mainly in terms of the climate change, is water shortage and also the food insecurity. And of course, the third element is climate change, anxiety and climate change problems, such as air pollution, land pollution, becoming a priority. The reason in the region of the Middle East, because of the nature of that region, are semi-dry, and so that's leading for the next few decades a massive problem for water shortage, and also the climate change is fastly happening. So therefore, this speeding up in that region, the shortage problem. So when water shortage is coming, then obviously the food insecurity comes after that, because that could cause an element of pressure, and also the problem for war, either internally or externally in that region. So therefore, these are the main issue and strongly lead to climate change. So we're hoping that by making this report and making this report, our voice to be heard, or the people have a pencil and the power, they can really have a special attention to one the region of South Africa, MENA, South Africa, and North Africa, and also South America, and Middle East, in terms of the political view, and also the climate change affecting the area, sustainability, and of course, any climate change is happening like a flooding or drought anywhere around the world. The main vulnerable are women, children, and elderly. Men are last. For instance, when the flooding has happened in Thailand a few years ago, 2010, I believe 70% of the victims were women and children and elderly, and 75% of men managed to escape. But unfortunately, the women left behind. So therefore, this is very important to highlight in our report in the future, that empowering women and girls in terms of tackling the climate change, which again is coming to the 50% of the global population are women. So therefore, in terms of making decisions, we have to get more women involved in politics, in decision making, in academic, at the local or national level, each specific country, if we're really determined to tackle the climate change. And currently, as a state, even on most global countries, 78% of decision makers are men. So we cannot sit around the table and say, oh, we are going to tackle the climate change, when 78% of men are making decisions in climate change, where women and girls are playing a crucial role at the level of the family, society, education, every sector is made. So that's all. Thank you very much for listening.
On time, on point. We will have as the next speaker, Benedict. As she is coming forward, I'm trying to manage time. No, definitely not. We are about, the council is about dealing at the level with matters that are non-military. As you will appreciate, there is a United Nations Security Council that deals with matters military, and every other matter has no platform or no place where there would be a specific focus. And all of the matters are a challenge to the resilience of each and every country. If you think poverty, think climate change, if you think all of these social challenges, sorry, I'm pitching now. So important. Region 3 has supported, and I hope there will be more and overwhelming support for this very, very important breakthrough that we want to see in the establishment of the council. Thank you very much. I now have the pleasure to invite Dr. Thank you very much, President.
So much. So Benedicta Zanu from Ghana. I teach at the University of Media Arts, and which we call UNIMAC now. It used to be Ghana Institute of Journalism. So our names the name has changed. I focused on the report that sought to collect views on the media and journalists from the various regions that we focused on. So in total, we had 14 journalists and media experts. The media experts comprised professionals from media houses, and as well as academics from universities that focus on communication. So most of the important issues that came about what I'm focused on. So I'm just going to give a brief summary of the emergent issues, and most of them were of the kind of conditions under which media or reporters had to work, media houses had to work. And importantly, it was that which were of what low resources or disparate resources and the lack of press freedom amidst violations of human rights and declining democracies. And so as a result of that, there's a bit of mistrust by journalists towards government, and the mistrust of citizens or journalists and their activities. And then there's also a lack of a strong and independent media, as well as the lack of effective application of media accountability instruments. And the lack of media application of media accountability instruments, which compounds the problems of the absence of public service media to uphold public interests and provide civic education and credible information. And so the issues or the question that comes up is the level of the resilience of the Global South media models to play an effective role in the future that we all envision. So on the issue of global peace and security, thematic discussions highlighted an evolving Global South media landscape, which is filled with a lack of resources between the globals or the disparities of resources between Global South and Global North media,
as well as the ineffective coverage of all the representations of issues within the Global South regions. And then there are also challenges of press freedom and the lack of an effective regulatory framework that will address issues of disinformation and disinformation and within those specific countries within the Global South region. And then on non-military threats, the issues that came up was those of economic crises and the concomitant issue of unemployment of the youth around these areas. Environmental issues also featured very highly, with especially problems of illegal mining and those that threaten farmlands and water availability to populations, especially in the rural areas. And then another important thing that came up, participants also felt that, or they were suggesting that an improved support system beyond missions, that is, in respect to UN's role in ensuring that the media can play its effective role in the future that we all want, is that it should extend its support beyond what it does now, whilst acknowledging that it does a lot of work within the educational institutions and supports and lots of the work that we do as academics. But then there's a need for the UN to go beyond that. So with improved support from the UN, Global South media can raise media awareness about non-military threats in the Global South countries. Climate change-induced disasters to public health agencies, media outlets have the power to inform nations about the severity and implications of these challenges. And then also the importance of giving support to journalists whilst they do the work, especially in more areas. With the resources that the UN has, it was media persons or media professionals felt that if the UN could provide some kind of support whilst they do their work on the ground, that would enable us get a real-time report on what they're doing, and which also educates the nations, especially in rural populations in Global South. So in conclusion, the case was made that an establishment of the Resilience Council as part of an improved UN is very important in order that there can be a reduction of the power differentials due to veto powers exercised by a few countries. This is important for ensuring that the Global South countries can influence global governance. Thank you. Very much, Dr. representing the media, highlighting a very familiar challenge, which I think we are all aware of, mistrust between the governments and the media, mistrust between the media and the people, and independent media not quite there. Media for the people seems to be saying doesn't really represent the public interest. And I think it's something that we're familiar with, because at the end of the day, the sum total of what Dr. Zanu is raising leads to instability in the country because of how influential the media is. It is such a pity that there are all of these challenges. Again, the Global South endorsing establishment of the Council. What I like in there, she says for an improved United Nations, which means that the Council seeks or is looking forward to add value to whatever is happening at the level of the country. So at that point, yes, really kindly, Dr. Klaus will be taking the floor. I think he's from South Africa.
Morning, everybody. My name is Klaus Garcia. I'm from Cape Town, South Africa, with the Inclusive Society Institute. I will briefly speak about my contribution to the report, which was looking at the document analysis. What we see is that recent UN documents, especially the Resolution 75-1 of 2020, recognizes that the world today is very different to what it looked like when the UN was formed. And so to make the UN legitimate, really, there's a necessity for reform. This recognition offers a valuable opportunity to make the UN more accountable and representative. And so when we look at the UN today, the bulk of states are from the Global South. And recently, there's also been the Global South that has driven economic and democratic growth. So reform should therefore be ensuring adequate representation of the Global South. And so the analysis assessed some recent UN documents to see whether the views and perspectives of the Global South are indeed reflected in this reform process. So I have very limited time, but I will just quickly speak to a few observations from some of the reports documents assessed. The three documents just to mention was the Our Common Agenda, which I will comment on now. But we also looked at the high-level advisory boards on effective multilateralism's breakthrough for people and planet. And then lastly, also the second policy brief emanating from the Our Common Agenda that discusses the creation of an emergency platform to deal with global shocks. So just briefly, some assessments from Our Common Agenda, which is presented as an agenda for action designed to accelerate the implementation of existing agreements, including the Sustainable Development Goals. This document presents the Secretary General's vision for reformed global cooperation. It introduces new concepts and new meaning. So whereas solidarity has always been central to Global South, here the term is taking on a more collective as opposed to a cooperative meaning. To ensure solidarity, Our Common Agenda puts forward yet new concepts, the new global deal, an expression of a global social contract, so to address global issues and manage global public goods. Again, another new concept that is introduced. Very little is meaningfully offered in how to measure these concepts. And looking from the Global South, one would ask, what are the terms and implications involved? Instead of empowering states, the agenda suggests centralizing responsibility for these global public goods. Critically, the agenda does not focus on the UN as an organization of member states in the way that we know it. Instead, it advances multi-stakeholder partnerships with a wide range of actors and organizations. And it proposes an expansive social contract between divergent actors. Such a liberal opening to myriad actors goes against the perspectives of the Global South and existing precedents, which consider states to be the legitimate entities separate from non-state actors. Not to discount the involvement of non-state actors, but this distinguishment is quite important. Very little is meaningfully offered as to how to measure these concepts, how such a system would work, and how it would be held accountable. So accountability is, again, a very important aspect here. Whereas social contracts and new global deal presents a fundamental rethink of multilateralism. It imposes upon states authority by forcing or encouraging them to act equally in association with non-state actors. Again, a problematic idea. Such a multilateralism signals the expansion of network governance, a concept, an approach to political decision-making that claims governance without accountability. Again, the accountability aspect is essential. So subsequent documents, the other two documents, take a similar approach. And so altogether, some takeaways from the analysis is as following. From the perspectives of the Global South, adequate UN reform would see a plethora of member states asserting their own meaning and culture in multilateral cooperation. To the South, such a many-to-one world would be global. And instead, from the analysis, it appears that the UN Secretariat's leadership is doing something else. A one-size-fits-all collective where different stakeholders are accommodated in an increasingly voluntary and undifferentiated way. The documents assessed suggests a broadened perception that opens space for more confusion. Accordingly, reform proposals currently put forward do not take the perspective, nor do they accommodate the interests of the Global South. Whereas the Global South demands specific enforceable commitments that respect national sovereignty and are enacted through state-led partnerships, the analysis shows a preference for generalized commitments that ignore state-to-state responsibilities and are continuously reworked, deferring action to a yet-to-be-announced future. I'm going to stop there. I think that brings it all together. Thank you.
Very much, Dr. Klaus. Dr. Klaus, I have included deep analysis into my closing remarks. As this corner is being taken away now. Please laugh. I just want to say in summary. Firstly, we were speaking what the people from South Africa. We are endorsing Dr. Azan. What has come through all of these presentations? Let me start by what you comment, emphasis. Accountability. Again, it goes back to what Sabine said. There is a voice. That is someone listening. Because if there was accountability, no, if there was somebody listening, because that person would be giving feedback. But if there's somebody listening, and you are saying accountability, one of the principles that must underpin the mandate of the council. It is important because once that is achieved, then everybody is able to relate. It is supposed to be for all of us as the of the world, in spite and spite of where we come from, who we are. We are all what Bishop used to say, rainbow of the world. And this must talk to all of us. We've also heard that we have an interest of seeing an improved United Nations, but also a reformed United Nations. As it is now, there's so much that is highlighted, which surely talks to United Nations reviewing what it is doing. And the establishment of the council go a long way in achieving that. The third point, it is also in our interest, and again, the establishment of the council with providing that, the platform for those matters climate change, media, violation of human rights, all of those things, poverty, inequality, everything social, but not militant. So it will be important to have that it's in our interest to have that kind of thing. And with those two words, I want to hand over to the next session, which will be about hearing you and hearing our participants who are virtual, hearing your comments and what is being said. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah. So I think we have to touch this microphone. It seems here's the microphone. Nobody has spoken for anyway. Ariel, apologies to the audience from online, but from now on, I think we got the message. We should have been trained like this. Thank you. I think our authors of the report can take their seat. We're going to hear first 3 discussions from colleagues who have read the report, but they were not part of its making. They are not representing the North or anything else necessarily. They actually come from the South, at least 2 of them, geographically at least. But we really wanted to hear their views on the report. We respect their views. We may not agree, we'll see, and then we can open it broadly for discussion. Then I would like to invite, if you give me the right to do so, Dan Perel. Dan Perel, who is the co-chair of the steering committee of the Coalition for the UN Need. If you want to come all 3 from the start, I don't know, would you like to have your yes, Augusto Lopez, your chair? Okay, good. He's a very nice sharing person and always very he hosts us behind the National Community Center here. Then Augusto Lopez Claros, the executive director of the Global Governance Forum, and Amy Salam, who is from Ecuador and a Quechua leader and also a student at Harvard. So thanks to the three of them, and we start with them. And please, yes, please the microphone.
Yes, fortunately, because I'm based here, I have ample experience with the sound problems in this very room. So hopefully I can set an example of how close we need to get to the microphone, unafraid of the consequences. I guess I should have done a COVID test before arriving this morning, just to ensure that my future panelists can be fully comfortable with my terms. Okay, that all by the by. I'm Dan Perel. I serve as a representative of the Baha'i International Community's United Nations office. I also have the distinguished pleasure of co-chairing an organization called the Coalition for UN Need, which is a very broad coalition representing, to the best of our ability, all regions of the world. Of course, to say that any one group is fully representative would be quite a challenge. We see that oftentimes across the streets, and I'll get into that in a little more detail in a moment. But beyond the introduction, I want to first just say that I am very grateful for this very important contribution, this report that I did my best to read in advance of today's meeting. My wife will attest to the fact that I was up quite late last night trying to gather my thoughts. But it was really a pleasure to read. There's a lot to be learned, and I'm very glad that many of us are trying to ensure that this time, as we're talking about UN reform, we don't repeat the sins that have been committed previously. So one thing I've noticed about surveys and discussions about any historically or presently, oh, by the way, how much time do I have?
5 to 7 minutes, that was the idea.
I read hours. Okay. I'll keep it briefer. Okay, so 5 to 7 minutes. All right. That's perfect. any historically or currently underserved or underrepresented or underheard community articulates a real desire for their voice to be heard. And I think that's quite vital. And I echo the sentiment expressed earlier that it's also who is hearing the voice. But not just hearing, it's about the impact that has. We often say that, yes, of course, there was a youth on the panel. We've heard from the youth. But does it actually change the mentality, change the approach of those who theoretically heard that individual? I think this consultative spirit, one where we enter humbly with the knowledge that we don't have the full picture and we have a lot to learn, is something that's actually missing regardless of the constituency we're talking about. So whether it's youth, whether it's women, whether it's minorities, whether it's the global south, whether it's economically underprivileged, underserved, like these individuals are not the authors of the institution that we see across the street or the vast majority of institutions we see in the world. And in this sense, I'm very conscious of the results of the lottery of my birth. I know that I am a North American, I'm male, I am in this skin, and I understand all the things that come with that. So I hope that my contribution is taken in that spirit of acknowledging that the systems we have were likely created by people who look like me, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with them. One area of many where this reality becomes clear, a clear and present danger, is when those who are meant to be the beneficiaries of policies and agreements are not included in the discussions about them. In this report, we see it in the scores of peace agreements in Africa, which are referenced. There have been hundreds of peace agreements, but Africans were not party to them. I mean, they ended up signing them, but they weren't really engaged in the whole analytical process. And not surprisingly, those peace agreements largely don't succeed because the people who are meant to benefit were not a part of the process. We also see it in UN negotiations around budget allocations. Those who provide resources, financial resources, and I can't believe that we still do this, but those who provide budgetary resources are given the privilege of determining how it's used. What kind of system is that? Where those who have benefited from a system that produces such inequality are now given disproportionate control over the decisions made that determine the future of that very system. I would imagine that in a future world, when when resources are allocated to international organizations, those who are in leadership positions are uninfluenceable by those budgets. Now, I understand the reality of the world we're facing, and this comes through in many different ways. It comes through in economically powerful member states having outsized influence. It comes through in the dangers of corporate capture. But we just have to be careful of how we articulate this, because sometimes when we close the door to one, we close the door to all. So we have to be careful about the arguments about saying no to any non-state actor, because then we, those of us in this room, also will be excluded. I think it's just a small flag. So we see in the reality of the system that it's been created by the victors of history, in a sense, and certain assumptions that they carry with them. So taking this as reality, we have to ask ourselves about the best next steps to take. We should not be reinforcing the same characteristics that created the system that we have. So I'll provide a couple of those. This exclusion of diverse and dissenting opinions, it runs through a gamut of contexts, various tribalisms and wealth bias and all of this stuff. We don't want that, whatever's created. The prioritizing of certain groups' problems and assuming that the whole world will agree with that issue. We have to be a little bit more holistic in how we understand the problems of the world. So we don't want to overgeneralize. Another issue that I felt came up in this report. Another problem is about this power balance and alignment with the different geographical levels. Interestingly, in this report, you had Latin America and the Caribbean as one sort of group. And this is not to criticize the report, it's just something that came to mind. You have Latin America and the Caribbean, and then you have Africa, and then you have Middle East and North Africa. One could say that maybe it should have been Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, MENA, just in terms of diversity of perspectives. And it's not to be critical, because no matter how you slice it, one could say you could have sliced it differently, and there's reasons for it. But it's just something to think about. How are we considering subsidiarity and the role of the nation state in the region when it's almost arbitrary. And what I mean by that is, in some cases, I would say that nation states are regions, and some member states are cities. You know, if you look at the size of China or India or Russia or the United States, they're regions unto themselves. And some member states are so small as to be smaller than cities. And yet we say that the member states are the locus of all decision making. It's just sort of almost an academic question, but it has practical effects when we talk about Security Council membership and weighted voting in the General Assembly and the democratic, quote unquote, nature of the UN. This is another area that we'll need to work through. And maybe the most important thing I want to mention that came up in this report is that decisions that we see across the street are often based on ideology. And if your ideology is one of individualism and consumerism, you're going to make a certain set of decisions about how the world should look and work. Whereas if your ideology is about communitarianism and sufficiency, you're going to make a whole different set of decisions. And I would suggest that many of the norms that we see in the world today, are, Calvinistic, Protestant, what have you, are the result of this thinking about individualism and consumerism. And many of the underserved communities are underserved precisely because they're focused on communitarianism, sufficiency. They're not trying to acquire. And so this actually extends beyond global north and south. We have Native American communities in this nation that are not aligned with what we would say is global north, quote unquote. The list goes on, and I recognize this is all quite theoretical. And I want to provide one practical example before I give the floor to others, and that is about Security Council reform, because it's such an interesting issue. And it comes up time and again, and it came up in this report. And I like to take a step back and really ask the fundamental question about what is it that is good about the Security Council that makes all the countries want to be on it, and what is it that's bad about the Security Council that makes everybody, throw their eggs at it. The good things are that it has legal enforceability, that it has decision-making power, that it has the respect of the international community. I think everybody says these are good things. I want to be a part of that. If I can make legally, sufficient decisions that have effect, that there's this status that comes with it. What are the bad things? Well, the bad things are about imbalance, that it's a reflection of a history that is long behind us, that there's a P5 membership, that all of these things. And yet, what we are trying to work on is the second part. How do you balance it? And we all know that for every India who wants a seat, there's a Pakistan who says no. For every Brazil who wants a seat, there's an Argentina who says no. You name whatever country, they have their antithesis. And so I just wonder, is it the right argument to be having about expanding or rejiggering that second part, all the deficiencies? Or maybe we should be thinking about that first part, the legal authority, the sort of cultural weight of the Security Council and how to expand that. Maybe the General Assembly should have a little bit more authority, and maybe the Security Council a little bit less authority. Maybe we talk about those things. Otherwise, we continue this argument about which states should get on when and who gets the veto. These are all the original sins of the UN, and we're trying to recreate them, just with a slightly new mix. And I'll tell you, 50 years from now, we'll have the same arguments with maybe a different set of states. So as we're thinking about Security Council reform, and any reform, I'm just using that as one example, I think it's helpful just to consider what is it that we want from the UN and how do we get there, rather than solely what is it that's wrong with the UN and how do we avoid it. We have to do both. I'm not trying to say that reports that only articulate the problems are bad. It's super important to do so. But I also have this question about what is our imagination, what is our vision, what is our aspiration into the future, and how can we work together to build it? I'm sorry, I went way beyond that. Should I give it to you and then to Augusto?
I'll just be very confused. You've given us highlighted challenges within the UN system, and also you are warning us of the pitfalls that about. But I like your doing what you do. Thank you very much. I don't know whether I should call it this job. It's hotel. Waiting, we can.
Daniel read it last night. I read it yesterday, flying over from Madrid to Europe. And, the report conveys a wealth of perspectives through its various methodologies, the surveys, the focus groups, the fine analysis that was done by people like Mr. Kutze, for instance, on Global South perspectives. And let me just begin by saying that Global South is not a term that I particularly like because it tends to emphasize geography instead of economic and political power, which is, I think, what this is really about. It is the perspectives of the less powerful, the less fortunate, the sort of 50% of the world's population that live on less than $7 a day, that really matter and that we want to listen to, regardless of where they happen to be located geographically speaking. But this is a minor point. What I like to do in my remarks is I just like to give you some examples, 4 to be precise, of perspectives as I was reading the report that I find effective and compelling, and that give credibility to the idea that the search for global governance reforms should be more inclusive and democratic and take account of the views and the interests of what the report calls the Global South and what I call the less powerful, the less privileged. And then after these 4 examples, I will give you one final example that goes in the opposite direction, that was made in the report, but I thought it was just probably not the kind of argument in a spirit of sort of constructive criticism. All right, so poverty alleviation, it comes through the reports, the surveys, a lot of the conversations that were undertaken in putting together the report. Here, the issues to me are quite clear. We live in a world in which, according to the latest data of the World Bank, we have something like 700 million people living under $2.50 a day. This is the extreme poverty line. We have 820 million people who are malnourished in the context of vast wealth, right? The productive capacity of the world economy is at an all-time high. For as long as we have had data, possibly thousands a year, we have had data for that long. Right? And to me, this is a bit of a scandal. And I think that the focus that the report puts on poverty alleviation and what's happening on that side is the focus. So congratulations to you for that. Here, it seems to me the issues are numerous. We're spending too much money on subsidizing energy, and that is a global South. It isn't just, the well-off countries that are doing it. In fact, the Venezuelans and the Irans and the Bolivians of this world, according to the data published by the IMF, are thousands of money actually making climate change worse. And these subsidies also are regressive. They make income inequality. Here we have a very important area for policy reform that is global in nature, that affects all the countries, whether of the North or the South. And then, of course, there is the whole question of the money that we spend propping up our military establishments, because we don't have a system of collective security. Every country feels that they have to have an army, a navy, an air force, and this is just a vast waste of resources. If you are a rich industrial country, you may be able to afford allocating 2% or 3% of GDP and spending. But if you are a country that has, some of the largest pockets of extreme poverty in the world, the expenses are a lot less justified. They're very humble. A second area has to do with climate change, which, as you know, is going to disproportionately affect the global south country, the developing country. But this is one of the ironies and injustices of the accumulation of CO2 in the atmosphere. And here, to me, the issue is basically how are we going to finance the transition to a renewable energy economy? And here, it seems to me that collectively, global south as well as the rich industrial countries, we need to be thinking creatively about tapping resources to finance that transition. Because the current model that we have, which is another small capital increase at the World Bank or at some of the multilateral development banks, is exhausted. It's not going to work. First, it's not going to generate the resources that we need, partly because the fiscal situation of the rich countries that have traditionally been the source of resources are very strained. And so we need to find ways in which we can tap into private sector resources to finance that project. And here, just two ideas. I think that we are not recognizing the potential revenue-raising capacity of a tax on financial sector transactions. This is something that has been discussed since Tobin gave his lecture 51 years ago, in 1972. Right? That debate has evolved in very interesting ways. Today, it's no longer a tax on foreign exchange transactions, it's a tax on financial sector transactions. And what has happened since the Tobin lecture of 1972 is that the financial sector acquires a central stage in the global economy. When Tobin gave his speech, foreign exchange transactions were something like $1.3 trillion today. Today, they are $7 trillion. If you were to tax at a very tiny level financial sector transactions in today's current financial markets, you can generate potentially vast sums of money without destabilizing the sector, without in any way impairing welfare for our rich bankers in Wall Street and Hong Kong and other places. And then related to this, something that perhaps is a bit arcane, but it is a potentially very important source of revenue, is the IMF and the role of the central foreign right. The IMF is the only multilateral institution that we have in the world which actually has the capacity to create global liquidity. They have this currency which they can issue. They can credit the accounts of central banks, its members, which then can be used for importing vaccines or financing climate change mitigation and so on. And it's a tool that we haven't really used very, very proactively. And there's a great deal of scope to do that. This is a potentially vast subject. I will actually speak about this in a couple of hours somewhere else in the city. But so let me just register that with you. It is a potentially very important source of revenue. The report also focuses a little bit on reforms at the international financial institutions, rightly so. The issue for me, incidentally, I worked a lot of my professional career at the international financial institutions, both the IMF and the World Bank. And to me, as far as the IMF is concerned, the issue is that the organization has a problem of asymmetry in its surveillance functions. The countries that are really a threat to global financial stability are the large high-income countries. Remember the crisis in 2008, the global financial crisis? Where did it already? Who were ultimately the culprits of that crisis? Right? It was not the small sub-Saharan countries in Africa that are borrowing relatively small amounts from the IMF. So the IMF, a potentially very weighty organization, the one that has the largest pocket of resources available for safety, is an organization where those countries that are the real risk factors with global economy basically don't pay attention to the organization because the organization has no leverage to get them to do what they need. It is the smaller, unimportant countries where the organization has the real leverage to its lending operations. that there are ways to solve that, but it needs to be done. And as long as we don't do it, then we have a potentially important organization which has not been very effective in terms of creating stability. Dan already referred to the UN Security Council reforms, and I thought that his comments were very thoughtful. Let me just add a couple of footnotes to his comments. It seems to me that the problem with the veto, from 1945 onwards, is that it exempts the permanent members from the obligations of membership. And for that reason, it creates an organization that is deeply flawed, in terms of its overall kind of moral ethics. Witness what we are seeing today. Russia can violate every important principle of the Charter and remain a member in good standing, not only of the Security Council. They can even chair meetings of the Security Council, as happened a couple of months ago. And that, to me, in a way, has undermined, to a great extent, not only the credibility of the Security Council, but of the UN system. And this is actually not just the Security Council problem. Iran, they can persecute young women and women more generally. They can persecute religious minorities like the Baha'i community in Iran, and likewise remain members of the standing of the United Nations system. So this is a problem. Finally, to conclude, let me give one example. All these 4 areas I thought were very well done in the report. I especially like the analytical third part. Among the methodologies that you saw, I found it the more interesting and where the arguments perhaps were the strongest. In that context, I think that in a world of great inequality, right, income inequality, opportunity, power, by we I mean the Global South, can identify himself very candidly as a member of the Global North. I come from Bolivia, correct? So we are the 2 Global South representatives on this table, right? And it seems to me that we have to be careful not to do or say things that undermine the case to give greater voice to the poor, the powerless, to, let's say, the Global South. And I was a little bit disappointed when I read in the report, a statement to the fact that the conflict in the Ukraine was initiated by the United States, or references to American interventions in the South China Sea, when in fact it is actually Chinese interventions in the South China Sea, which have absolutely no basis on international law. That is the point. And so this is just a word of caution. We need to be careful not to feed a narrative that we, the people in the Global South, cannot be taken seriously, and that therefore the status quo, which we have seen over the last couple of 100 years, is actually the optimal strategy, which of course we know it isn't, because that strategy is actually has a dead end. It's a recipe for calamity and collapse, facing, unless we get our act together, and unless we bring the voice of the Global South into this debate at the center stage. In order to do that, we need to do that with credibility, and that credibility is not enhanced by blaming the Americans for the war in Ukraine, or somehow exempting the Chinese from what's happening.
Very much. All together. The story of the IMF. Probably there is no voice that the IMF would have put this, maybe because of the misunderstanding. I want to dwell on that because in my country,
to say IMF is great structural adjustment, and they should. So surely there's no voice. But also you are raising that, I'm sorry, I'm not going to say this is my last comment. You are raising that it's interesting that you are raising it in a changing world. A world that has just given birth to a stronger place. And I'm not raising it to create competition, but it would be very interesting how this will unfold going forward. So I did with the organizers dig deeper into the input that was given. All of the participants here, especially that one as well. So on that note, we thank you for your welcome. We have Amy. Can you please take the floor? Work together.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me here. I'm very honored to be sharing my perspectives here with you all, especially being someone who is also from the Global South, but has a bit of a complicated and global story. I think as all of us are, being global citizens of this world. I grew up here in the Global North. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Amy Kalamba Castella. The tribal name I go by is Kila, which means bone in Quechua. I'm 21 years old. I'm a youth tribal leader who identifies as Saraguro from the southern Andes of Ecuador. I was born in Ecuador, but I grew up here in New York. I studied social studies at Harvard University with a focus in Native American and Indigenous studies. Currently writing my thesis right now on Indigenous youth anti-colonial movement. I will also mention that today we are in the traditional lands of the Lenape Kogi. I want to recognize that we are always on Native land. So I want to begin a little bit with a personal introduction, mostly because I think this will contextualize a little bit of what I will share in my story. As I mentioned, I grew up here in New York, which may be considered one of the epicenters of the Global North, right? One of the epicenters of the development of both power and economic power, political power and economic power. I'm someone who believes that my personal work and my academic work are very intimately intertwined. I think this is very much what I'll get into a little bit later, this gap between theory and action, but it's something that I try to practice every day. One, in my academic work, this is what mostly strikes my intellectual curiosity. But secondly, in my personal work, I feel very connected to the community that I'm from, even though I grew up far away from it, far away from other people or the traditions that are usually associated with my community. One thing I also want to share is I was a little bit nervous for today, being one of the youngest people here and also being able to share my perspectives on a very important report. I think a little bit nervous about, not speaking for everybody, because that's possible. That's what must be done to sort of respect the self-determination of Indigenous peoples, but instead offering my unique perspective and being able to kind of point out to you guys the key threads that thread my experience and the experience of Indigenous peoples in this sort of very difficult time globally. So one thing I guess I'll start with is one of my favorite quotes from a short story written by Carter Neeland in a book called Stories for a Lost Child. There's a chapter in which there's some Indigenous people that are landing on the moon. It's a sci-fi literature. And one of them says, we're the first Indians on the moon. Should you say something profound? What are you going to say? One small step for man, ... And his partner says, we're Indians. There's no need to prepare. Speak from the heart. And I think sometimes that speak from the heart is taken a little too mystic. Heart, what does that mean? How do you apply heart? But when it comes to talking about the Global South, I think for that sort of critique on meaning of the Global South, there are other ways of thinking about the Global South, not just as people who have been historically marginalized, historically excluded from global conversation, but also people with a different knowledge, people with a different way about even thinking about and creating the vocabulary of issues that we talk about on this global level and sometimes at this over general level. So a way that from my community, we refer to the global South and the distinction between, let's say, Latin America and North America would be what types of ways that we think. So in the global South, we identify the global South with the symbol and also with the meaning of the condor, where just the global North is attached to the symbol or the meaning of the hawk or the águila. This has a lot to do with the hawk being very related to rationality, mind power. That's how we relate, the US being a leader in technological power. But the global South has a very distinct sort of power and extraordinary capability to it, and that is sensibility. That's feeling. So that's what I'm referring to when I say speak from the heart. I wouldn't want it to be mistaken, but speaking from the heart is another type of knowledge that isn't so much thinking with the rationality that would like to see facts, to see things that are empirically evidence-based, but feeling from practice. So let me get into a little bit of my comments on this report, just to not take up too much time. So I'm very proud to be from Ecuador because Ecuador is one of the leaders in something called the intercultural knowledge or dialogue movement. Ecuador is one of the places in which the first intercultural university was founded. What does intercultural mean? So intercultural goes a little bit, as probably we know, at the international level, beyond multiculturalism, beyond you're here, I tolerate you, I listen to your ideas, but intercultural actually takes into account what is that epistemology by which you create your ideas? What are the values by which you create your ideas? How do you measure things you're talking about? So I think Latin America, especially Ecuador, Bolivia, Peru, Colombia, countries in which they have a large indigenous population, which I think would have liked to see a little bit more representation in this report, is at the center of the decolonization movement. Why? Because we have seen very clearly, we've no need for theory. Experience-based here, we've seen very clearly that the development of the powers that control the global economy and the global future right now, the way they got there was very intertwined with the development of capital, with the development of colonization. We also don't need theory to tell us what a famous scholar, Patrick Wolf, would say, which is colonialism is a structure, not an event. So I think that continuity, that very sense of continuity is what very much should foreground the way we're going to think about the future, especially with global governance. I also want to point out in this intercultural dialogue, what's really important to understand is knowledge is, for us, a very important combination of intellect, of that ability to feel with the heart, would be to love. Another one is called, I'm going to use the Quechua names. They're Yachay, Onay, Ruray, Ushay, and Gausay. So intellect is Yachay. That's, again, mind, rationality. Munay would be the love part of it, what makes you feel. Ruray would be do something. How do you do something? How do you generate change? How do you actually make it happen? And Ushay would be the strength or ability or your potential to basically make those, to implement those changes. And Gausay is in reference to life. Again, these epistemology is always grounded in life, in land, and all the very things that make up life, which one of them being water. So I'm going to get right to my comments on this report because I think that a lot of what the voices were saying from Latin America actually connected really well to the epistemology that we have, especially as indigenous peoples, and I don't think that's a coincidence. Specifically, the thing that stood out to me were the gaps between ideas and concrete action. So as I was mentioning in Andean philosophy, action and thought are almost not separate because you learn by doing. That's why you see a lot of the intercultural pedagogical models are almost inverse. So instead of testing things, writing them down, translating from English to Spanish, you're actually talking with someone, you're actually doing an activity. A lot of our knowledge comes through song, through dance, through weaving, things that perhaps are not considered knowledge or sources of knowledge in this Western-centric paradigm, but allow us to tap into another way of doing things, which again is what the voices from Latin America were saying, a need for profound structural reform. And I think the structural reform, as one of the quotes said in the report, refers actually to not just who's making the rules, but changing the rules themselves, because these rules for a long time, as some of my partners have said up here on this chat, have said that the status quo has led us here, and the status quo has historically marginalized this type of knowledge. So what happens when we centralize indigenous knowledge systems, not centralize, but put them into, again, this intercultural dialogue in which they are at an equal sort of legitimacy with Western-centric models of governance, of knowing, and of also of doing. There's many different layers to this. Another thing that stood out to me was the tailoring solutions to the specific circumstances and needs of individual countries, as we sort of mentioned when we say things like World Bank, when we say things like IMF, people from the global south tend to cringe immediately because of historical experiences in which I think all over what I saw with this report was that the one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work. So doing it from the top, trying to, I would not like to attack this little poster right here, but doing it from the perspective of a grand narrative, we are almost advocating for the opposite, which is so that these world institutions come and get a better understanding of the development priorities from the world that is still developing, quote unquote. I would say that's another vocabulary word that is used up here, but we have other ways of understanding development. Just as we ask the question, how do we make sure no one gets left behind? How do we define who's getting left behind? I think this has been a long critique of the Indigenous movement when the Sustainable Development Goals don't attach our identity to land, but instead say we're going to help Indigenous people get above the poverty line. That's not what's of concern to us. What's of concern to us is our rights over our land, or our rights over water. And I saw this as something, again, coming up in the report. The Global South is very concerned with water as a fundamental human rights issue, as a right. So I think more and more, a lot of these critiques that are coming from the Global South are critiques that have been long echoed by the Indigenous movement, by Black communities, by communities that have been historically marginalized. So it only sort of goes to speak that this approach of knowledge has to be inverse, or that other knowledges must be entered here. The last thing I'll mention, because I know I'm going a little bit over time, is that I saw through this report that the inclusion of youth was completely recurrent. A lot of people see youth as vital to shaping the future. They also think that youth, minority groups, indigenous have to be the voices that are actually speaking and not so much so political elites. But when we come back, I'm thinking about the question you opened with, which is when you're talking, how do we make sure people are listening? I think the UN specifically has a really important platform of legitimizing knowledge, of legitimizing who is speaking, perhaps even if no one is listening, because I think the point I want to make here is that this report has reminded me that the work that has to be done right now is introducing and legitimizing our knowledges as valid to future me. For a long time, our knowledges have been regarded as traditional, as local, as ancestral, but in this globalized world, I think what we're realizing and what this report points out is that this sort of, this across the board need to go to an ethics sort of based mode of global governance is something that is going to lead us to make those bridges between the local and the global. Instead of just seeing our knowledges as ancestral, see them as applicable to this high-tech modern time. They're also modern, they're also contemporary. That's why they continue to sustain our communities and to sustain our lifeways, which are, again, really tied to biodiversity in this world. So yes, I would love to, I think I would just love to end with, I know that at this UN level, especially when we're talking about security, security again has long been defined in terms of what the Western world sees as security. But security and what the Global South is starting to say, security is also about our access to water. It's also about our access to land. It's also about our access to food sovereignty, to food networks that are going to allow us to continue eating. You know, sometimes the cities forget that the people who are making their food don't have enough food themselves to begin with. So I would just love to say very clearly and take the words from one of my fellow activists from the Amazon in Owaligua. She said, you cannot justify human rights abuses as economic arguments. So this is, again, an invitation to change how we define security, how we define global security, how we define a new sort of sensibility. And building community is going to be the only way I think we restore balance within it, as we've seen. Whether I think everybody, sometimes when I hear making these arguments is that people are going to think that, you know, this knowledge is perhaps just for the marginalized, just for, you know, this knowledge is for everybody, or this sensibility is for everybody, because wherever we are, we're on land, wherever we are, we're in relation to people, we're also in relation to the earth. So community is accessible to everybody wherever they are. Thank you so much for this space. I would like to express all my gratitude to the people who invited me and those on this panel.
Content. I'm summarizing the one who's positivity.
don't forget that there are other out there. Their ideas, you are saying in the context of culture. And that for a long time, that voice of those people is imaginable. So I'm saying, we're also saying, if we are not talking about building communities, then you can't talk resilience and security to actually the security. I think those are the three things that I captured. I know there's a lot, but in my own summary, in my own way, I'm taking that away. And of course, the title of the book that you are alluding to. Thank you so much. Young and dynamic. I'm now going to open for questions. Let's close it by a round of applause.
So my name is Paula. Paula would like to make a comment that both of the reactions regards to accountability and future. One of the things that I use is the right analytical information, right? Because when there's so much information from so many different sources, there are so many reports out there. How do you make consistent reporting when you want to make things visible, understandable, which people could react in a more comprehensive way? Because you pointed out, public participation is really important asset, and I think that public participation is anchored in information, public information. So how can we make it better? There are so many reports out there, a high level political forum. Unfortunately, didn't do what it was supposed to do, I think, because it doesn't have the analytical. So what could the Global Resilience Council do? How could it take news like the ones that you just presented, maybe Harmony with Nature, which is one of the UN initiatives that's sponsored basically by Bolivia. How are they important? Right now, Harmony with Nature is like a separate thing. It's included in the global biodiversity framework, but it's not included really in the UN conversations large. How do we make it more holistic? How do we make it better and more understandable? So that's the question.
Any other questions?
Hi, hello everyone. So glad I am from Madagascar and France, and I'm a building and governance.
My question here is more about this. I am glad that we talk about justification of frustration. Now I want to go back to the methodology behind the reporting behind the goals and this potential UN Global Studies Council. How do we ensure stronger international coalition in of the responders or the reviewers and how they thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the report as well as the discussions. I interviewed. One of the things which also I do here, I apologize if you read the report, but what the report considered the role of ECOSOC versus the UN Council. I have worked about 30 years in two of the United Nations humanitarian development agencies. Our governance system was very closely linked to ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council. And so many of the development humanitarian agencies were kind of in the sideline before it's still ECOSOC. Therefore, ECOSOC does represent, in a sense, all-inclusive area of resilience in our current vocabulary. So I just wanted to, it's kind of interesting to know what explains the difference. And I think the one of the things is what ECOSOC is lacking and not represented, and how we can supplement. Creating the new instrument organization or form in the UN takes a long time and a lot of challenges. I wonder whether those two balances act, how we could maybe be able to quick, maybe kind of low hanging fruits.
The last question.
So, further down cameras, I am just trying to travel, but I was very interested in what you were saying about how the perspective of indigenous should be more centralized in the conversation. And I'm just wondering if this happens to the city, where I see a lot of sidelines, if you have specific basics or methodologies.
And we'll see. Very interesting questions. It will take us another hour or two to answer them all. If somebody from our discussions wants to say a word before we close, I think yes. We will also. Yes, thank you.
So Annie has suggested in a minute, though I wanted her to go first because I think her voice is far more important than mine. Maybe I can offer you some time to go. Well, I just want to comment on this accountability dimension. There's so many wonderful ones, and as George said, we could talk for hours. But I think that this accountability thing is maybe touches on a couple different dimensions that were raised afterwards. Because when I hear accountability, my first question is what kind of accountability? We have a Human Rights Council that's filled with accountability, and it becomes a really adversarial space, and it's a challenge. And then we have intergenerational accountability. I think Indigenous community has a lot to teach the rest of us about how to think about generations in the future, generations past. That's another form of accountability. There's accountability to our citizens. There's accountability to our donors. There's all these different forms of accountability. And I think when we just say accountability across the street, how do we, well, I don't think that there's a shared understanding of for what, for whom, and why. And without that, we just produce, as you say, scores of reports that talk about accountability in this way and that way. And I actually think about accountability as a trust building exercise. I think if we identify accountability as a strategy to build trust, rather than break it down or throw whatever at each other, we might have a different form of accountability that could actually be far more constructive and consensus building. And so I think this question of accountability and trust and trustworthiness are sort of sides of a coin that should be further explored. I know it's not an answer to your question directly, but I do think as we're considering all of these issues, youth representation, strategies for broader inclusion, we have to be asking ourselves, what is the ultimate ends that we're seeking? And then reverse engineer from there a strategy that can help us achieve that. I see the UN as a little bit of a whack-a-mole strategy. And what we end up with is a bunch of whacks and no coherence.
Thank you for the questions. I was most interested, I think, in sort of the last two questions that focus a little bit more on the role of youth, and then also the specific sort of practices, business methodologies for the incorporation of Indigenous knowledge and just other minoritized knowledge. I think I would like to problematize maybe a word, and I'm not really the biggest fan of inclusion or inclusive. Like I said, I think there's a reason why I tried to speak from the decolonial movement of the Global South, which is more for intercultural. What is the difference again? The whole difference is the methods, the practices, the spaces that we would be trying to incorporate these minoritized voices would come from their own suggestions, their own methodologies, their own knowledge systems. So to give an example, specifically for methodology, especially looking at this report, I think it was a good point that a lot of them were talking about youth, but there weren't really youth voices or a focus on youth who have a very different experience, not only in this globalized world, but also with media, because we know that media is a very sort of important platform for youth organizing right now. I would also say, in terms of research and collection methods, even changing what it is that we're defining. How do we define well-being? Going to our communities and asking them, how should we structure this research collection? What does research mean? Because research has meant very different things for minoritized communities. I think also in terms of spaces, once we had at my university, Diego Picuanya, who works at the UN, I kind of forget specifically what sort of space, he came and talked to us about what is it going to take to see more Indigenous people in the UN spaces, in leadership spaces, and that actually comes back to, again, what was brought up in this report, before these powers can be or before the Global South can take leadership positions, we also have to address immediate sort of things that are going on, such as lack of access to primary education, people who, again, do not have access to food every single day, to food sovereignty. So these are things that kind of, in order to get leaders that are also well-nourished, both with food and in terms of knowledge, that's also something that has to be addressed, that power imbalance. And then the last thing I'll say for specific practices is I'm very inspired by the Global Youth Indigenous Caucus. I have a lot of friends who are part of it, and I feel like they are showing us that youth are not only learning, but already putting their thoughts in practice. So incorporating them into space and taking them seriously, again, looking at knowledge from a different perspective, knowledge from experience, not just knowledge, I guess, from academic titles or from other sources, I guess, of legitimate information. So yes, that was my.
So let's say something, then you say something and then finish the process. Is that okay? We did like this. Before say something also, please. But I wanted to respond to two of the questions, like to say about modesty and listening. I think two of the important things that also underlie trust and accountability is, of course, listening to the voices that are out there, and modesty about our own point of view and the way we operate. And I think the very wise words of the youngest person over here, that's Amy, about knowledge being more than technical knowledge or the intellect, and the knowledge of the heart, the knowledge of the spirit, the knowledge of working together is really missing And the UN should be more resistant to that. I know from experience in the Office of the Secretary General, if you have 10 UN senators calling you and asking for answers on the spot, then you feel obliged to do something. While the wisdom of the artists is slowly permeates, let's say, the discussions, but you don't feel obliged to do that because they don't come to tell you that we stop paying money to the UN and cannot operate. They don't come saying we won't contribute troops or, I don't know, equipment to peacekeeping operations, right? So the UN has to resist essentially, and the UN has to be something a bit above its member states individually. The collective UN has to be above that. And so I think we have to make it happen. There will be more discussions on this also on the next panel. But for our report, also the next one, hopefully, or the follow-up to this, yes, we probably need a youth-focused group also. I suppose that's something that was suggested, or also among the conveners in our group, we need youth voices. And the grand narrative, just in defense of that, it can be a diverse narrative. It can be, I was thinking always, what is the story that Eve, the primordial mother of humanity, will tell its kids? If she were resurrected today and she saw that the kids have changed colors and eyes and whatever, they live in different places, but still a unifying tale of this very rich and diverse humanity. So, I mean, a grand narrative does not need to be, let's say, bulldozed in over narrative, which is stereotypes, let's say, all the products of certain companies everywhere in the world. That is not the idea we have about the company.
Thank you very much for the questions and for the comments. So I ask your permission to share what I experienced as a journalist. I have covered many fields in Iraq, Lebanon, Morocco, Iran, many countries. And I started to ask a question. When I interviewed a lot of Syrian refugees, I tried to control my heart and my soul. I asked for many women in refugee camps. What did you leave your country? After silence, then they cry. And of course, they turn off the camera. Because it's about exposition. A very known road, media road, politics road. It's a political, very, it's a known political road. Cry, suffer, and I am going there to save them. To save those people. And I stopped to asking this question. The last one, when I asked this question, I was in the cinema, and I asked for a woman. She was 29 years old, same age of my PhD and my master's. And she said, I left my life and my dignity there. And then I started to ask another question. What does peace mean for you? And they respond the positive, about positive is living with dignity. It's about that. When you talk about UN Security Council, we are speaking about negative peace. It's a peace that we can replace by a war or a conflict. It's so simple and easier. What is our challenge? To talk and to work together to promote a positive peace. The other face of justice. When you ask about peace, and the women live in this cycle of wars. Remember, a discussion about peace, about war. Many white people discuss about peace, negative peace, because positive peace is about justice, it's about dignity, it's about go into the root cause of this situation. So, sorry, because I know it's from my heart. As I witness interviewing refugees and people who continue suffering the impacts of the war. And the war is a justice you need to put on the table. Climate justice. But food insecurity, climate change, and risk of water security, but from the perspective of justice and dignity, and from this positive piece. And our network is at the beginning of the process. We are building this process and for this project. It's not to change anything. We don't have this, but to work together to change justice in many ways. Thank you very much.
I would want to point those profound words. Thank you very much. I have this just to say thank you to all of you, each and every one of you. Very good audience and participants, to our dynamic speakers. Thank you very much for your inputs. I'm tempted to say something, just one thing. Just one thing about accounting. And my understanding, my humble understanding of what accountability is. Daniel did mention something about it being a tool to build trust. I want to fully agree with it. And maybe say, for me, I see accountability as a principle that should guide me if I have placed myself in the position of trust for others. That's how I see accountability. So I wouldn't want to put it in the categories that you've given us. What I have placed myself in the position of trust. People are looking up unto me. Then I must be accountable to them. On that note, there's a voice. Someone must listen. Thank you very much.
Sorry. 10 minutes break and then we
Thank you.
And then I complete mine. Yes. So that we
the Middle East taken over, right?
Yes, thank you.
Hi everyone, we're going to get started. We're a little tight on time. The last discussion was quite interesting, so it makes sense, doesn't it? My name is Dawn Clancy and I'm a reporter with Past Blue. We're an independent, nonprofit media organization that reports on the UN, all things UN. So today, for the next 45 minutes, or we'll see how that goes, we're going to be discussing the Peacemaking Reflection Group's booklet, which have like this, an enhanced role for the UN in peace and human security, with the booklet's editors, two of them are sitting here next to me, and the authors who are all here with us today. The booklet is issued by the Foundation for Global Governance and Sustainability, and its content was created by the Peacemaking Reflection Group, an informal group of former international civil servants who make their collective experience and expertise available to today's decision makers and leaders. Since we are running tight on time, I think what we're going to do is I'm going to hand it over to Georges, and he's going to give us brief opening remarks, and then we're going to go talk to some of the authors who contributed to the book. Then we'll have some Q&A, and then we'll have some closing remarks. Okay?
Thank you, Dawn. And indeed, Past Blue is becoming the publication of record, for the UN, and we're very glad and honored to have you with us here. We are the PRG in this sense, another network. Before we had the Global South Network. This one is of former UN staff members who feel still international civil servants for life, as we had said in one other event that we organized, because once an international civil servant, it's not a job only, it's not just a way to make money and pass your time or whatever, but it is really dedication to the world and the UN Charter. And through this group that we regularly meet online, we have made some interventions. We have sent letters to the Secretary General about Ukraine and Russia in particular, but also we're expanding more about the new agenda for peace. We had a major, for us, contribution, and we will put together a small report that was submitted to the Secretary General's office. And now we have this report, an enhanced role for the UN in peace and human security. The sections are, in addition to our overview, rethinking peace and conflict, and we have speakers from there, as you will see online, dealing with the Russia-Ukraine war, and also a speaker from there, and then renewing the United Nations for Peace and Human Security. If we don't have somebody there for the Security Council reform, I can cover it too. For me, just to say that the PRG is an informal group. We're all, either retired or at least not working for the UN now. We can speak freely, but we care about the organization, and we do care about the world. So we want to see how we can have a contribution. Ideas are welcome, but as you can see from these sections that I told you, is redefining conflict and violence and priorities in terms of the conflict, rethinking also how the UN operates and how it can improve its operations, bringing our actors in like civil society more. Unfortunately, we don't have the colleagues who wrote that chapter, but it's important to see how we empower people in their own country to play the peace-building, peacemaking role at the local level, all levels of governance, not only centralized and not only big, only public sector or private sector, big institutions alone. So we have to bottom up and
top-down in a way combined. We wanted to see a bit more action from the UN and the Secretariat, being passionate ourselves and having been part of it in more active times. And so we see the new agenda for peace being proposed, but some of these things could have been done by the UN already. Some of the things are left out, like let's say the Article 99, the responsibility of the Secretary General to bring to the attention of the Security Council threats to peace, and other things also like envoys, etc., are not appointed. So it's a bit of a low point, we feel, and we want to push up the energy and the inspiration of the UN and the trust and the legitimacy that it would increase with the people of the world for more input on the ground. I don't think I should say more. Thank you.
I like how you said people can speak openly now because they no longer work for the UN. And as a reporter, I'm like, good news. I love it. So what I think we're going to do now is we're going to hear from some of the authors that we have available to speak with us today. And I believe the majority of them are online. I don't know anything about how this part's supposed to work. But first, we're going to hear from Kirsten Lentner. Can you hear me, Kirsten? Are you there?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Kirsten, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, for some reason, this is not going to the speaker.
The sound quality is very poor.
Okay, we're just figuring out the sound situation. I think we have a good solution coming your way, so just hold on a second.
If you can if you can open the screen, then I can sort of share also in written form what I would like to add.
Can you speak now?
I'm here, yes.
I'm here.
Sorry, we're still having a little bit of trouble hearing you in the room, but we're going to solution perhaps number 2.
That's your computer now, right?
Yeah.
But mine is still the one connected?
Yeah. Kirsten, can you try saying something right now?
Well, I'm here in Berlin, seeing you, looking into the screen, but you cannot hear me, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, it's not going to the speaker.
Okay, Kirsten, can you speak up a little bit louder? Just like we're having trouble hearing you in the room.
I mean, I see that you can see me. Because I'm seeing myself on the screen. But if you can open the screen, then I can, what I would like to say, I can share with you in written form, and then you can just read it.
Okay, no, we'd rather hear from you, but if you could just, your volume is good now, so just speak up and we can hear you.
Okay. Well, I wanted to raise 2 questions and then also provide the answers. One of the questions that some of you in the audience may actually have, why such a booklet? And why we as pensioners are taking the trouble of publishing a booklet like this. Now, the answers to both these questions are very easy, because we would very much like to share our reflections with those who are in charge of shaping the world today. We all know that much is going wrong, and we feel that we all need to get engaged and in order to find solutions. And this is why we publish our reflections, because we are convinced there are solutions to the current problems. If we honestly confront them and tackle them collectively, both from top down and from bottom up. In 1945, with the UN
a new world order was created to A, improve the living conditions of all people, and B, to settle political conflicts peacefully. On both fronts, we need to do better. We need to invest more. We need to modernize the UN peace architecture, for instance. On this, I will speak later during the day and the last session at greater length. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kirsten. And it's nice to hear you say we are convinced that there are solutions. That's the direction we need to be going. Our next speaker, author, is Gary Slutkin. Kirsten, can you mute yourself? Okay. Gary doesn't appear he's here. So Paula, you're going to take over because you worked with him on this article. So take it away.
Hi, can you hear me? So Gary is a doctor. He used to work with the World Health Organization. He's an epidemiologist, and he has a very interesting approach because he heads an organization which is called Cure Violence, and it basically stands on the proposal that violence spreads like a disease, and that there are interruption methodologies like the ones that you would use for an epidemic that can stop them. And I think his approach, can you hear me? Is it working? Okay. Now is this better? So Gary heads this organization. He's worked for 25 years in it, and he's approaching this thing of violence as an epidemic, and he's actually using this methodology to stop violence in countries like Colombia, Congo, El Salvador, Guatemala, and many of the gangs that are operating in the United States with a lot of success. So for example, I come from Colombia, I come from Cali. It's a very, very violent country. And with this interruption methodology, meaning violence is interrupted. Sorry. I can't see. I'm sorry. I think I may be an effort just to be heard. So basically, by intervening with the people in the communities and starting a dialogue that continues, engaging all of the actors that are involved there, Gary has been able to interrupt the continued violence. And then it can lead up to more things, just beginning the dialogue, de-escalates the violence, but then they can go into mediation or other methods which also help solve the conflict. And he has applied this very successfully. And his submission is that we are experiencing an epidemic of violence with the Ukraine war, with the situations in Ethiopia, Sudan, Yemen, and many other places, and that the UN should be more proactively using violence interruption methodologies, including by participating more actively with civil society at the local level, which is something that the UN is not doing as actively as it could, and it should be adopting these kinds of things and innovative approaches as part of the new peace architecture, and is what needs to be done now. And that's basically the main concept.
It's interesting to deal with it on the local level, because we never think about that, especially at the UN. Everything's up the highest level, which we can talk about later, because you can talk about it now, right? Okay, so we're going into the section dealing with the Russia-Ukraine war, and we're going to hear from Ariel Frances, if we have connection.
Yes. Good morning. I hope that you hear me, because the first session was very difficult to follow in terms of sound. Is it all right? Okay. So greetings to all. I would like to say first that I'm expressing myself in my capacity as an analyst, as a citizen concerned by the problems of the world, and I'm not expressing myself as a former UN senior officer. This is to introduce a somewhat provocative paper I wrote. This provocative paper was written in last April, and it's a much longer paper than the one you have before of you. It tried to understand, to analyze the causes, the deep causes of this conflict, and to find out solutions, which is very difficult today because we have a dominant discourse related to this crisis, whereas the West is considering that Russia has violated the charter, has invaded Ukraine, which is right, but on the other hand, has undertook a sort of crusade against Russia, and which difficulties considerably balanced analysis of the conflict. To understand that conflict, I think we should go to the roots of the conflict. To understand that conflict, we should understand that Ukraine has been part for a long time of the zone of influence of Russia or the Slavic world. To understand it, we must understand also that the constant extension of NATO to the east and the sentiment, feeling of encirclement by the Russia is an important factor for that conflict. It's not a crucial factor. To understand, we must understand also that there's a big attraction of the West, of the Eastern, of the Western country and the European model in those countries, especially in the countries of the East, especially in Russia, where the model of the West is a sort of aggression against the values, traditional and other values that prevail in Russia. Then to go beyond that, we are at the present moment prisoner of a process of escalation, which is extremely dangerous for the world. Escalation between the West and Russia, and which might lead to a major conflict in the future. I'm quite concerned personally by the fact that NATO is involved in this process, and that it might go much beyond the problem in Europe. In fact, we must, in the context of the so-called pivot strategy of the United States, we might be involved sooner or later in a conflict or a confrontation with China. One of the reasons behind the support that I think the US is giving to Ukraine is practically the intention to kneel down Russia in this context. And in fact, we are witnessing a proxy war of the United States against Russia, which is leading to very with consequences that are very worrying. To get out of this, of course, we need to stop that. The belligerents must reach an agreement, whereas there will be no more interest for either Ukraine or Russia, and behind Ukraine, the Western countries, to go beyond a sort of tipping point where the belligerent will agree to stop the conflict and to go ahead. And this would be the time, maybe not right now, but for negotiations, for an involvement of the UN and also hopefully of the OSCE in a negotiation that would involve compromise in terms of territory. But this compromise should, of course, take into considerations the will of the populations, especially population Donbass, and the population in Crimea. They would have, there's a necessity for in that sense, to give them the word in terms of referendum, which would take in a new context with international supervision. Only when this part of the burning conflict will be stopped, it will be possible, maybe, and we hope, to go further on and to think about more prolonged, viable settlement of the conflict, of the situation in Europe. This means that we should look to a new security architecture in Europe. This was a long-standing claim of Russia after the Cold War, and it has never been heard. And in fact, if we arrive at the state where we can stop the confrontation, the next step would be definitely to establish peaceful architecture in Europe and take as a model what has been developed in the past and which has been now forgot. Is the process of the Security Conference, the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, that led to the creation of the OSCE. In that sense, there should be a sort of mutual understanding and respect between the entities that we have. I mean, the entities in Europe, Western Europe, the European Union, and what Russia tends to reinstate. This means a sort of Euro-Asian entity, which it looks like. This is maybe a faraway dream, but the mutual recognition of these two entities in Europe, mutual respect, cooperation, and discussion and exchange should draw the basis for a more long-term settlement of conflict in Europe. This is basically what my feeling and my perception of the conflict and how to get out of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ariel. The next author we're going to hear from is Tore Rose. Okay, it's you.
Well, that's me.
Yes.
I'll talk about the Global Resilience Council in the next session, I think, in the afternoon, right? So I will be speaking again about the Global Resilience Council in more detail this afternoon. The idea, you heard it before, is that we want to get away from the Security Council's sterile confrontation of big powers and go to the real issues, which for many people today in the world are non-military threats, but equally threatening, and even more so, which is from climate change to food and water insecurity to inequalities and how the financial system works. These things that need to be dealt with in a comprehensive, coordinated way above the current level of piecemeal approaches like we have for climate, the UNFCCC, but in terms of implementation afterwards of the Paris Agreement, we don't have an organ that brings together all the agencies of the UN system, because you need to bring the IMF, as we had before. Let's say they have a lot of power if they use their money that they can produce for the sake of the common good. The Maritime Organization, the industrial, let's say, capacity in the way of production and consumption, all these things have to be brought together if we want to have an impact on challenges like that. And we don't have a body. And the proposal is, let's get something like the Security Council, but without the drawbacks of the Security Council, no veto power, more representative of the whole world, and bringing in non-state actors also in a systematic way, civil society, the private sector, religious communities, indigenous communities, to come to decisions that are really binding afterwards for at large scale to address these major challenges, which are systemic and cannot be just seen as crisis. Because if we go from one crisis to another, will be running around with Band-Aid all the time. But we have to address also the root causes and in a legitimate and systematic way. That's why we hope that this will be part of the reform proposals to be adopted at the Summit of the Future in 2024. And we are promoting it. We're very lucky to have the support of all the people, the PRG members, and the people from the coalition from the UN we need. And we heard the minister before. We're very thankful for this support, let's say, expressions. And we hope that it will be become more, let's say, scaled up this effort. If there are questions, we have a special dedicated panel the Thursday in the afternoon of that.
So I think you're echoing, I think I heard you echoing that idea of like local level, civil society really, because I've heard that in the last panel as well, getting that level involved, because again, the UN is like up here. I don't know why I do that, but making big decisions. So I think now we're ready to wrap up this panel. If we
only the Security Council reform proposal, if you make. That's a okay. Sorry, you get tired of me. So we have also a Security Council reform proposal. It started with Dr. Hasegawa, our colleague from Japan, and it has been endorsed by several among the group of the PRG. You can see the names in the booklet, which you can find online. There are very few copies, unfortunately, for distribution. So what the idea is there is we cannot touch this thing about the P5. The P5, if we want to take away their veto, according to the charter, they can stop any change to the charter because of that, because they have to approve any charter amendment. So we say, let's leave it until 2045, the 100th anniversary of the United Nations. Until then, if we can do it earlier, even better. But in the meantime, we can decide at the Summit of the Future 10 additional members to make the 15-member council 25-member council, much more representative, and to have, in addition to the 10 members that are elected for 2-year terms now, representing the regions, another 10 members, six of which are elected for 10-year terms, renewable. Now the 2-year terms, you cannot get elected another time immediately. 10-year terms for the 6 of them, renewable, and 5-year terms for the other 4, renewable. So in the 6, you can accommodate South Africa and other African countries, let's say, who are asking for a permanent seat, but we don't want to reproduce the model that doesn't work in a way by giving permanent seats with veto to new powers. That will become even more difficult to get decisions. Eventually, we want to get to veto to go away. Yeah, we want those 6 then, and the 4, the member states of the UN will decide, like now, who occupies which seats and whether they'll be renewed according to the record, how they use those 10 years or the 5 years. But that's an idea that could be implemented while we're working for a more large-scale, perhaps, reform of the Council. And we are promoting that, and it keeps balances also those who are like for 5-year terms. They can be some of the powers that now are against the bigger ones being given permanent terms. So yeah, it is something for everybody within, and the distribution makes it more balanced among the regions of the world. And also the final thing in innovation, some of these seats could be filled by a regional integration organization. But the African Union can be one of those who will occupy a seat. The member states can agree to give it not to a state of Africa, but to the African Union itself. And then it will be the presidency of the Council of the Union, like for the European Union, they change every 6 months in the European Union. They can be the country representing it, or the secretariat of that organization, like the Commission of the European Union. And there can be voices like that, more representative of regions also as part of this.
Okay, so now I think we're ready. Well, actually, first, I want to just say that the 3 editors are here with us. Yuriko Yasukawa, she very politely decided not to talk about her article because we are pressed for time, but we're joined here by all 3 of the editors. We're going to do some closing remarks. Paolo's going to do some closing remarks. We're going to do quick Q&A, and then we're going to sail right into the next.
Oh, but perhaps we should hear also the extended discussions and then have the Q&A?
Right. It's up to you. I'm like flying by the seat of my pants here. Whatever you want, whatever you want.
May I speak about more?
With your concluding remarks.
A little bit.
So you're gonna do that.
There is a lot in there, you have to read it, but yeah, I think Paula, with your concluding remarks, will also talk about this.
Okay, so first of all, I'd just like to say that as an editor for all of these articles, along with George's, it's been incredibly interesting to read all of these different perspectives. And the reason why the PRG initially began meeting was because we were a group of former civil servants from the UN, and we were very concerned about the Russia-Ukraine war. And we wanted to make some contributions as former UN members to see what we could do about it. And we came from different perspectives, from different experiences, from different viewpoints. We don't always meet eye to eye. In fact, many times we don't. But that is all well and good. And that's what enriches the conversation and provides so many different perspectives. So for example, as I just mentioned, one was seeing violence from the viewpoint of a pandemic or an epidemic. That's something that I had never heard of. Tora Rose, who was unable to speak, was saying how, you know, the presence of the UN at the country level through UN country teams, which are dedicated to development issues, while there are special political missions which are appointed by the Security Council, there are often turf wars between the two, and one being in charge of peace, the other one being in charge of development. How can we create stronger horizontal links at the country level between the two? On the other hand, the new agenda for peace that was proposed by the Secretary General is looking into strengthening the regional dimension, like the African Union, to help solve regional issues, which are usually conflict related and are transboundary. So how can we connect the country to the regional and the global? And that's one of the issues that we have to look into, and how do we solve that question? Another aspect which was discussed within this booklet, which has been also, been pointed out in many of the other discussions, is how do we involve civil society more actively, particularly women who have a different perspective. As Celine just pointed out, many of the women are experiencing conflict very directly. They're losing their children, losing their husbands, and usually they're the caretakers, they're the ones that rebuild. How do we connect, and how do we involve, you know, the women and the youth more actively in peacekeeping solutions? And one of the things that Kirsten Leitner has mentioned in her article, which I think is really important, is peace and security. There's always some sort of opposition between the two, because peace is based on trust, whereas security is based on mistrust. And our approach to the Ukraine war has been security through the NATO. But what about the UN? What is the UN doing to build trust? How are we coming to a negotiated solution? Where's the talk? Where's the mediation? Where are the peaceful options which were pointed out by the Charter? And so one of the things that the PRG is concerned about is that we're not looking into what we can do now, and we're postponing it for the future, like in 2024, a new agenda or a new peace agenda. Why aren't we doing something right now? There are different viewpoints as how this could be done. There are different perspectives, but yet we don't see the action, we don't see the commitment, we don't see the accountability of the UN in terms of taking stronger action to address the challenges now. Not only in Ukraine, but also how about the SDGs? What about reallocating, you know, national resources for SDG implementation right now? Why isn't the UN helping countries to identify their own priorities? Why are we waiting for a summit to happen to not, you know, take action through the UN country teams, through the regional commissions, through the available resources that we have? So we want to see action instead of just shuffling everything for 2024 and the summit of the future. How about the summit of the here and now, and let's do it. Thank you.
Accountability.
No, I can't even speak. I'm not a public speaker.
No, you're doing great. You're doing great. And I think we have the same nail polish, by the way.
I can't even speak when I have to speak publicly.
You're doing wonderful. Okay, so what are we doing?
Yes, so we invite our guest discussants because some of them have to leave also. We have delayed a little bit.
Yes, we have
three of them.
Three experts on the UN who are going to give us their reactions and perspective on the booklet. And I believe we have, well, how are we going to
use one because we cannot be joined by Mr. Artondo.
Okay.
Rafael Artondo.
Okay.
He has his problem to join us online, but the other three are here.
Okay, but so we'll start with Richard Gowan. I recognize you because you're on Twitter and everybody talks about you and you're famous at the UN. So we'll start with Richard if you want to just introduce yourself and then take it from there. All your wonderful thoughts. Is that? Yes. And
all three of them, yeah.
Oh,
sorry. No, we know them.
I knew coming here. I was like, this is going to be a challenge. We're just going to have to learn how to roll with things, and that's what we've been doing.
Good break. You think that there's women on that side, and then that side is right there.
Okay, perfect. So Richard, would you like to take the mic?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here to comment on this report. I'm not going to try to comment on all of the report because it covers a lot of different approaches to conflict and the challenges currently facing the UN. But I just want to draw out a couple of questions that it raised in my mind. One of the questions is really related to the focus of the central part of the book, because there are two essays at the center of the publication that focus, as we've heard, on the situation in Ukraine, and focus on essentially asking why the UN cannot do more regarding Ukraine. And that is a very fair question. But it seems to me that some questions are not asked that I would think it is important to ask in parallel with the discussion of the UN and Ukraine. Because the UN is not just failing in Ukraine right now. The UN is failing in a lot of other places. And in the course of 2023, we have seen at least two major breakdowns for the UN, one in Sudan, where the political mission was marginalized and essentially forced into retreat by the surge in violence, and one in Mali, where the government of Mali has asked MINUSMA to leave, and the Security Council has had no option but to agree. Now, each of these situations tells you something different about what's wrong with the UN. The Ukraine situation tells us that when a P5 member decides to go to war, the UN can do nothing about it. Well, we've known that since the Charter was signed, and we saw that in Iraq in 2003, we saw it in Czechoslovakia in 1968. It's tragic, and the solutions in the report are interesting, but it's not actually that much of a surprise. What we've seen in Mali, though, I think is fascinating, because in Mali we've had peacekeepers for a decade. 200 of them have died because of hostile acts. Another 100 have died for other reasons. And yet in Mali, we essentially see that the peacekeepers will leave. And it is very probable that as the peacekeepers are leaving, there will be a return to extensive warfare, especially in the north of the country. So that tells us something about peacekeeping's failure to deliver. And it would be interesting to think why that peacekeeping operation has not been able to deliver greater security, unlike previous peacekeeping operations in countries such as Sierra Leone and Liberia, which did deliver lasting security. And then in Sudan, the Security Council deliberately chose not to leave peacekeepers in the country after the fall of Omar al-Bashir in 2019. They decided to focus on having a political mission and focus on development. And it turns out that that really has not delivered very much either. So that raises questions about the political impact of some of our lighter, more civilian operations.
And I think it also raises very serious questions about whether enough resources were put into Sudan on the development front to help support the country. So I'm simply raising these cases because it seems to me that actually the UN faces challenges not solely related to Ukraine, but related to places where actually the UN should have more leverage. I'm reminded of what the ambassador of Mexico, who was on the Security Council, something he said in private last year, which is, I care for Ukraine. I know that we're failing in Ukraine. But to be honest, as a Mexican ambassador in New York, I can't do very much for Ukraine. I could do a lot for Mali if we spent more time thinking about Mali and focusing on the UN's assets in Mali. So simply to say, when you do the next version of this, Sudan chapter, Mali chapter, and I think that would be helpful. That said, I did want to say that I found Touré's chapter on country teams and Rico's chapter, which also refers to country teams, especially suggestive. Because it seems to me that we're going into a period when the UN is going to struggle to deploy and maintain blue helmet missions in many places. So we will have to do more through country teams. So the debate you're raising about how do you give more assistance to country teams, I think is really, really important. On the chapter referring to the Summit for the Future, I would simply say that the Summit for the Future was meant to be this year. That was the original intent. It was meant to be now. It was delayed because of the SDGs now. I think that the description of the new agenda for peace by Jordan Ryan is broadly spot on. I think he actually underplays the most important element, though, of the new agenda for peace, which is its focus on the security implications of artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and other new technologies. I think that what Guterres is trying to tell us in the new agenda for peace is that the world is changing very fast technologically, and everyone and everywhere is going to have their security affected by that. And so I think that's something which should be brought down a bit more, but otherwise that chapter is strong. Lastly, on the Security Council reform proposal, it's sane, which is good. NGO proposals around Security Council reform are not always sane. This one is sane. I think it makes a lot of sense. I would simply say that I think you need to think a little bit more about the efficiency question of what a 25-member council would look like. Because when the veto is not in play, the current council does have the advantage of being small. No one has ever convinced me that the 25-member council would actually be as able to make rapid decisions as the current council is. It might make more legitimate decisions, it might make better considered decisions, but sometimes the council does have to move fast. And would it be able to move fast at 25? I think so. So that's something which, I thought the rest of the proposal made sense. It's something that is in my mind.
Of that, 15 out of 25 is the proposal for the decision taken. Now it's 9 out of 15. Yeah.
Detail. So I forgot to say, Richard Gowan is the UN Director for International Crisis Group, and according to your Twitter account, with a long history of UN watching, so I'm Okay, next up we have Nuhara Youssef to my right, Executive Coordinator of the Global Governance Innovation Network and Global Youth Coordinator. I'm trying to read her writing here.
Sorry, I'm doctor's daughter.
You could be a doctor. You could be a doctor. Anyway, I will hand it to you.
Thank you so much, Dawn. And it's always tricky to follow Richard because like everything that I've written, Summit for the Future was supposed to be you know, the report sort of underplays technological advances also check. So I'll say something maybe a little bit different. I think one of the things that the report does interestingly is sort of teeter between the conversation about sustainability, long-termism, and immediate action. And between different articles, you have sort of different points of view, I think, flipping back and forward. It's interesting to see because I think all of them are relevant in different ways, but I would be curious to see how the PRG in general sort of approaches this as a collective, so not just across the individual articles, but as an idea for the group. I think this question of power was really interesting because you have the conversation about the UN sort of shying away from power, but I think the new agenda for peace put something on the table when dismantling the patriarchy and then sort of doesn't talk about power, which I think is an interesting gap that a group like this could potentially fill. When you talk about patriarchy and sort of power structures 101, you have to talk about some of the different phases of power involved there. And I think that in addition to thinking about how the UN shies away from power, I think it's interesting to see how power structures within the UN affect approaches to peace and security, especially concerning the YPS and WPS movement. But I don't think you can just say, here are the two movements that are going to dismantle the patriarchy. I think it really requires a finally, I do want to touch quickly on the technological frontiers side of things. I think one thing potentially for the group, and sorry, before I do that, I think the scientific approach to thinking about peace and security, or peace as a pandemic, was really interesting. I think it also can be extrapolated further, because scientifically breaking down the idea provides points of intervention, points of diagnostics. And I think that one of the issues that we face, whether it be with the new agenda for peace, all of the different tracks of the Summits of the Future, the different ways that peace is brought up in different parts of the SDG agenda, is often that because we're thinking about everything in a collective, it's difficult to distill clear points of entry. I think that this more scientific approach would be really helpful for that. So I'd be curious to see that expanded further, not just by this group, but generally picked up in civil society conversations. And so going on to the tech frontiers side of things, I think, yes, in addition to the chapter on Mali and Sudan, I think it would be really interesting to see a chapter on peace and security implications of sort of tech frontiers, and how that relates to resilience. Because what we don't want to do is say, well, here is a set of rules on artificial intelligence, and then 5-6 years down the line, artificial intelligence and tech has changed, so we have to renegotiate a set of rules. I think the rules themselves need to be sustainable and applicable to the frontiers of technology, the frontiers of peace and security. So, for example, one of the proposals that are floating out there is sort of an IPCC-style body on AI, so that we can think about what the technical implications are for regulating artificial intelligence. And so I think overall this is a really interesting conversation, and the different elements of it are great. I would be curious to see how all of this comes together, what the point of view of the group is as a whole, in addition to the other elements.
I agree with you, the pandemic is a really interesting idea. When I read it, I was like, wait, what? It just took a second for my brain to click. But anyway, I made it here. Okay, and then finally to my right is Dr. Courtney Smith, Professor and Dean at the School of Diplomacy and International Relations at Seton Hall University in New Jersey, and Vice President of the Academic Council on the United Nations System.
Thank you, Dawn. I am aware that I'm speaking after two very insightful people, so not an envious place to be, and I am also standing in between you all on lunch, so I will try and be brief. But I do want to say just a couple of things. The first off is that I think there's a lot to commend in this report. There are many instances throughout the report, like I think my colleagues, where I would read something and I would just be, yes, you immediately had a positive reaction. And this is true, I'm just cherry picking here, but the section on the social and economic conditions for peace and your very passionate plea for a positive peace early, I'm like, of course that needs to be considered. The idea about the country teams, some of the ideas about at least helping temporarily in Ukraine. I don't think the author proposed to have like a lasting peace in Ukraine, at least through the UN, but at least some temporary things that could be done. The ideas about the Global Resilience Council, some of the ideas about Security Council reform had me thinking back to senatorial seats that were proposed in, I don't know, 1996, 1995, somewhere in that regard. So there's a lot, I think, to be commended here, a lot that I found very insightful. My hesitation was then I would take a step back for a second. I would think, okay, so interesting idea. I'm intrigued. I'm ready to go. What's next? And I realize there's some degree of irony here that the person maybe in the room who's most rooted in the ivory tower is talking about a report written by people with years of practical experience in a room full of practitioners, and I'm the one kind of maybe getting hung up on implementation for a minute. But I'm sorry, I just can't help it because, and in my defense here, I will just say I don't think I'm the only one thinking this, because Jordan Ryan in his article, this is just one example, says the current proposal could benefit from a more detailed implementation plan to transform principles into pragmatic action. And I think that's the challenge to me, there's kind of two times, UN reform is always talked about. I mean, you started talking about UN reform in 1946, and I don't think it's ever gone away. But if you look historically, it seems to me that the calls for reform are loudest in two types of situations. One is where there's a sense of trust and euphoria, excitement. What I have in mind here is the end of the Cold War, the original agenda for peace, as short-lived as it was, and that kind of sense, okay? The other time is when things are really hitting the fan, for lack of a better expression, where there's a grave sense of danger and urgent need to act. And I would mention the example of 2003 Iraq, and Kofi Annan seizing that as maybe an opportunity with a high-level panel to then push through reform. And it didn't work either time. So where are we now? The conversation in the article about the different kinds of security architecture, or a security architecture versus a peace architecture, highlights that we aren't in the first sense right now. We don't have that sense of trust, and I agree. So we're not in the first situation. I think we probably are in the second. I mean, we hear every day about the lamenting UN not acting in the cases that Rich just mentioned, in the need in the reports that we'll hear. We hear constantly in the news this week with all the summaries coming out about what's going on at on the SDG stock taking. 15% of the goals, and just we're not where we need to be. So I think we are in a situation that calls for urgent action. I just don't see us having any more luck than we did in 2003, and I think there's two reasons for that. One is that certain key players prefer the status quo, and by this I think I mean the P5. They pay lip service to things like Security Council reform, but I think it's lip service, and we can talk about that in the Q&A. The other thing is that I think the other players that need to be on board, and what I have in mind here are like the regional powers within each of the regions. They're not on the same page. They weren't on the same page 25, 30 years ago, and I don't think they are now. I joke that I wrote an article on Security Council reform that came out in 1997, and I could probably change Coffee Club into Uniting for Consensus and a few things like that, and I could probably get it republished. I won't do that, by the way, but the thought has crossed my mind. So what does that mean for now? My expectation, my concern, I'm using both words intentionally, is that what we'll really see, what has the most chance, is evolution in practice. So what I'm most intrigued by in this report is not the ideas that require charter amendment, as important as they are, but it's the ideas where the authors are suggesting things that can be done incrementally, working methods, things that can be championed by key member states, whether it's a PGA or a particular country serving as council president, or whoever it is that can champion an idea, maybe help start to institutionalize something in practice. When you're thinking about the role of civil society that was highlighted in this report, I think one of the most interesting innovations, the ARIA formula, is precisely this type of innovation. It's not written down anywhere, but it's been around for 1992, 1993 was the first one of those. So these ideas. So Paula, I love your idea of the summit of the here and now. I'm not sure it should be a summit because I think summits imply people at maybe too high a level and too official. But I definitely like the focus on the here and now. And so I hope we can tease out of this. What I'm saying is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. There's a lot of good ideas in here. What we need to figure out are what are those we can pull out and get done maybe here and now. Even if maybe I'm not sure a summit is necessarily the right way to do that, but I really like that call to action. So thank you all. Oh, and by the way, I would be more than happy. I will go on the record saying, please prove me wrong. Please get the big things done. I'll mea culpa. I will definitely, eat that, happily to be proven wrong.
I like how you mentioned status quo in the P5. I've been reporting on the UN for 2 years now, so it's still very new. But within days, I noticed, I was like, there are people here working very hard to maintain the status quo that works for them. So I was like, wow, I wasn't alone. I actually thought something that was like intelligent. I don't know. So are we moving on to questions now? Lunch is on the horizon, by the way, so if we could keep it tight.
with your questions and.
Can I just respond to one thing before we move on?
Sure. Just with regards to the summit of the here and now, it was more than the summit. It's not about the summit. It's about acting now and what we can learn from it, right? So why are we not doing anything that is visible about the Ukraine-Russia war, for example? There are different ways that we could act. The violence interruption methodology would be one, and that's what the PRG is discussing. Like, what can we do now that would work incrementally? So maybe it's trying those interruption methodologies right now just to de-escalate the conflict. It doesn't mean that there's going to be a ceasefire or anything of the like, but at least the violence will de-escalate and conversations will begin. How about engaging the UN country team in Ukraine to start speaking to civil society about rebuilding, reconstructing, and how can peace come about, right? We have to engage the Ukraine people in the peace process. What about that? There are so many things that could be done and are not being done. Why are we talking about them and not doing them? Why are we talking about effective multilateralism and not actually putting and doing something that could be wrong, that could fail, that we're trying, right? Why aren't we trying? That's the issue. Why are we talking about, SDGs failing? Why aren't we trying to reallocate resources at the national level according to priorities to spur action? There are things that can be done now. Why do we have to have a summit? I mean, it's good to have one, but we should maybe start acting, learn from that. Somebody said you learn from the the Ecuadorian youth representative. Learn by doing. Why aren't we learning by doing, and why aren't we building trust in the process? Thank you.
Do you want to quickly respond? I feel like I'm at a security council meeting. Where's I would like to take the floor?
More efficient to allow multiple interventions, and then we can just kind of wrap up. Yeah. I mean,
we'll do. Yeah. Of course. Okay. Right here. Why aren't you speaking? She doesn't have the mic.
Thank you very much. I'm going to raise it as an open question. It may well be that there is no answer to it at this point in time. And there arose when Richard was making his input in the context of war in Mali and the failures of the United Nations to bring peace in those areas. And I was thinking that war in its nature has a negative impact on the socio-economic conditions of the country. And in that context, I was wondering if there would be complementarity if this idea were to be very true between it and the United Nations Security Council. Not sure if my question is. Would they, in a way, complement one another? Understood.
Thank you. Mine is a very quick question, and I like this idea that Paul put on the table about evolution.
It's not working.
It's always mics and the internet.
Hello.
Yes.
So I think if one talks about UN security reform, the fixation is on giving up the veto. And I think a reality check is that the P5 members are not about to give up the veto. So it's actually pie in the sky discussion, which is not achievable in the short term. So would a better approach not be to say, okay, keep your veto right for now whilst we discuss border reform, but let's write rules around veto. How is that?
I think the batteries are really dying fast.
How is that veto applied? For example, in terms of natural justice and international law, if there's a conflict of interest, then you should recuse yourself. So if you have a situation where a country on a P5 country is the subject of a resolution,
then that P5 country should not be able to exercise the veto in its favor. You could also bring in ideas around maybe bringing in an appeal mechanism. If the veto is exercised, and a country may then appeal that exercise to the General Assembly, who can then, by majority vote, a supermajority vote maybe, refer that discussion back to the Veto Council for further deliberation. I don't know what other rules can be brought in, but I'm just thinking the approach should rather be look at how we administer the veto rather than trying to get rid of the veto, which is not going to happen. It's wasting our time and our breath. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to touch on the issue of country teams, and thank you, Richard, for referring to my paper. I think in general, we really neglect the country teams and all the discussions around world reform, and it is the biggest and really the only permanent UN presence around the world. And we invest huge amounts of money to maintain them, and yet we don't really talk about their role. And so, my paper is partly trying to talk to that and to say that we need to empower and encourage UN country teams to play a much more proactive role in helping governments to exercise ethical, more just governance. And country teams are being impeded from doing that by self-censorship and this whole risk-averse culture that we have in the UN, which is understandable to a degree because it's an organization governed by governments of member states. And I don't think it's realistic to get the member states to agree to this kind of role formally in their forums. But I have seen that there are things that can be done internally to encourage country teams to play a more proactive role. One of them is an effort that was led by Jordan Ryan. It was called the Montreux process because it was a series of meetings held in that city where he brought resident coordinators together from countries in really complicated political situations that weren't countries with peace operations, but where country teams were having to deal with these dangerous and sensitive situations. And what he did was he gathered recommendations, pleas from DRCs about what could be done to empower them, because their message was, well, if I do something and get into trouble, I'm going to be thrown under the bus, and nobody's going to. And one of the things that Jordan succeeded in doing was to get a policy paper issued from, I don't know what it was called, but the Executive Committee of the Secretary General, basically saying, well, if RCs get into trouble in exercising their duties, they will be given priority in place, rather than being kept radioactive and never getting anywhere. So, these are very kind of small, specific things, but it was a message to okay, it's important.
To the back. Thank you very much for all the discussions. And I want to make a comment from the background that I'm quite new in this area of the UN. When one of the speakers talked about the countries having veto power, for me it seems like the UN is helpless. Because for me it's like, who is going to give the power to the UN? The UN is not a country, it's not a state, it's not a, if like the Great Five are not allowing, they cannot allow the system to be broken so that other people can come in and help to change. Who is going to give this power to the UN as a system to be able even to monitor this. So I'm looking at a case where those with veto power are not able to change or to leave or to give up their power. We are talking of climate change. If they are producing most, emitting most of the carbon, still they will say we are not doing it. So who is going to give the UN power to make change, to tell the other countries, states, or to intervene?
Right now. Yeah, and then if anybody over here
Thank you. This is more comment than question on top of what Yuriko just said. I think the UN could also get more lower-hanging fruits and get things can be implemented, as Richard said, looking into itself internally, because that's where there are more things can be done, and there's issues, mounting issues. And the country team and the political mission or peace mission, the coexistence is one really representative issues. But I think if you're in a country, the population of the country, either it's a civil society or the rural women's, children, adolescent, local administrations, parliament, justice systems, for them, UN is programs and agencies. Those UN organizations work in development, humanitarian affairs, and human rights in the countries. But here, if you say UN, it's across the street. But often in the country, our partners, they don't know about UN Security Councils, but they do know about the activities of UN organizations. So I think we need to look at that, how we can leverage on that, particularly because those are the agencies, the offices, has a contact with local people, the stakeholders, our largest stakeholders.
Anyone this section? I'm sorry, I don't mean to call people out. Anyone online? No? And I guess we'll do the last one here.
Yes, thank you. This is highly informative. A question has come up, or the subject matter rather, discussing the truth. Who's telling the truth? You know, when you say that the country will deny that they're doing something in any sort of capacity. I guess that we're coming back to the ideas of misinformation, disinformation, and then bringing in this AI situation. If a country is doing something terrible and then they tell the world, we're not doing it, such as the lady has just mentioned, great polluter that says, oh no, we're enacting all of the great things and we're above schedule and things like that. So I guess we're getting to the point where we have to discover who's telling the truth. So maybe that is something that just, although it sounds commonplace, truth and trust, those two things really should be heightened, I think, in our conversation a lot.
That's what journalists are for. Do you want to take it one by one and you can comment or respond to whatever?
Yeah, a few responses. So let's say, I think Guterres and his cabinet actually had a session on truth a year or two ago, because they realized that in a massively saturated media environment, the UN's ability to project the truth is getting more and more challenged. And that is a huge problem for any multilateral organization, because if you go right back through the history of multilateralism, the UN has always been there providing facts, statistics, investigating incidents. The idea that the UN tells you the truth is actually quite key to the UN's identity. But now it's getting harder and harder for the UN to have confidence. So that I think is a real challenge. On other points, firstly on this idea of managing the veto. I don't think there is any way to get strong binding controls on veto, but I was involved in one very small initiative last year, which was to get language into a General Assembly resolution asking for a study of what the General Assembly can do when the Security Council was using FLAP. That was passed by the General Assembly at the beginning of September, so we're hoping that we can actually lead some sort of study on these issues, because in the past, as the publication says, the General Assembly has done things like authorize peacekeeping forces, recommend sanctions. So we think there may be some space to work on that. On country teams, the only thing I would say is that country teams are doing good stuff. The UN country team in Kenya, for example, did a lot prior to the last Kenyan elections. The UN country team in Papua New Guinea played a role in sort of a recent independence referendum there. We're not talking about it because I think the SG and the DSG are worried about trespassing onto the ground that you described, which is suggesting that country teams are there for anything other than achieving the SDGs. And so actually, there are some cases where the UN is doing good work for country teams, but cannot sell the story because they're so concerned that they will get attacked for that in ECOSOC and G. In the case of Ukraine, I think you would actually find, if you look under the hood of what the UN is doing in Ukraine, there is more stuff than people recognize. The ILO is basically managing a lot of labor relations negotiations in Ukraine, because under the emergency laws in the country, there are limits on what labor unions and so on can do, so the Ukrainians have asked the ILO to manage those discussions. So in terms of reaching out to the people, there is reaching out going on, but it's very clear that Kiev does not want to be seen to be reliant on the Ukraine. That's one of the reasons that, again, there's not very much message to it. Now, on the question between social and economic damage and what the council does, I think there's a lot of deep linkages, and I'm going to answer this by just saying what I think could have been done in one case, which comes back to Sudan. This links to a lot of the discussion. In 2019, the civil society movement went out onto the streets of Sudan and got rid of a dictator. COVID and other issues got in the way. But if, through the council and through other UN agencies, there had been a willingness to go in and basically give the very weak civilian leadership in Sudan financial support it needed, so that it could start delivering stuff for people on the ground, that would have given it leverage relative to the guys with guns. Instead, Sudan was allowed to veer off into an economic crisis, which meant that the guys with guns felt they had community to go into. I think we missed a real opportunity to support civil society in Sudan. I think that's tragic. Lastly, just two other points that struck me. Firstly, I did really like the academic thing. I just want to support that. And secondly, I think that the thing I will take away from today is Courtney was writing about council reform in 1997. How do you look so young? If you were writing it, I worked on it for 3 years, and I look like this. People are going to be on it into the 90s, and you're boyish looks remain. So there you go.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's great. We're informing as we go along. I think just very quickly on the how do we approaching the veto and all that. So in addition to everything Richard has said, I think it's worth looking at it as the collective security architecture of the UN, and that's not just the Security Council. I think when people think about security reform of the UN, they just jump straight to the Security Council. But as you know, UNGA is a helpful place to look at. There's also the UNGA revitalizing process and acting for peace. All of these are helpful processes to follow and also to help bolster and bring into the spotlight. There's a call to upgrade the Peace Building Commission into a council to give that more sort of power, so to speak, to have influence over different UN agendas. So I think it's worth looking at it as a collective security architecture. Which brings me on to the country teams question. So in a previous role at UNDP, I was actually responsible for setting up the Integrated Policy Practitioners Network, which was coordinating across country teams on SDG and peace and security implementation. one of the key things that we saw there was not just championing country teams in headquarters, because as Richard pointed out, there were serious issues, not just at the Secretary General level, but across the sort of bureaucratic system that prevent that. But the teams that were most engaged and actually had the most influence were the ones that coordinated the most with civil society on the ground. And it was also where civil society had an intentional effort to coordinate with the country teams as well. And I think civil society, those of us in this room, have a tendency to come into New York and just try to coordinate with New York. I really think we need to make more of an effort to be coordinating with country teams who are really doing meaningful work in many cases on the ground. Finally, this case of like, why don't we do that? Why don't we do this now and the here and the now, but also why are we here and low-hanging fruit and where does the power of the UN come from? All of these I would answer with one sort of idea. I think that we can, across the SDG Summits of the Future, Peace and Security Reform, all of the processes that we're seeing recently, sort of 6 parallel summits that are going to be happening next week, we can look at ideas in 3 general buckets. The first is, and some of you might have heard me say this before, but the first is what can we do right now? That's the low-hanging fruit bucket. Right? It's the one where we already have the treaties, we already generally have all of the agreements, we have the policy tools, we just need to implement. And this is where the Secretary General already has some level of power, right? The Secretary General can just push ahead, country teams can just push ahead. So that's the sort of do now bucket. Then you have the sort of do soon, we kind of need to get this sorted, and I think that's where summits become particularly helpful, where we bring together sort of different stakeholders and try to close the feedback loop of the process. Those are where we generally have sort of principles agreed. We generally agree that dismantling the patriarchy is a good thing, but how do we do that? What are the specific policy tools that are required to do it? Or, for example, when we say digital governance is good for sort of promoting the sustainable development goals, great, so we need a global digital compact. Those are the conversations in bucket 2 that take a little bit more time. And then you have bucket 3, which is contentious. That's where sort of veto falls in. That's where sort of the sort of pie in the sky questions come in. I think the UN also has a lot of power in that third bucket. The second bucket, I'd argue, is more up to member states, sort of chaperoned by the UN to some extent. But that third bucket is about putting agendas on the table and meaningfully managing those conversations. So I don't think that you can say, oh, we need to do everything now, we need to do, or nothing later, or whatever. I think there's categories of thought here, and it's worth drawing those verticals to some extent to help us think about what we're doing.
Thank you. I think I'll begin kind of in reverse order where Nilhara left off. On the idea of how we can act, even in frustrating cases like Ukraine, the Secretary General was our commencement speaker in May of 2022, and I was his host when he arrived at the event. And I, of course, had small talk, different things I thought I might ask him, like, do you know who was casting the colored ballots when you were like, blah, blah, blah. Things I wasn't sure I would ask him, but he got there early, and so I had burned through all of that stuff by the time I delivered him to our president. And we're a Catholic university, and the head of our board is Cardinal Tobin in Newark. So I gave him to the president and the cardinal, and I thought I was done. Well, they talked to him for a few minutes, and then they gave him back to me. And so I'm like, what do I talk to him about now? Well, this is May of 2022, right at the very early inklings of the grain deal, And so I started to explore that with him a little bit. He was actually thought he would be going to Turkey the next week. It turned out it was later, but he thought he would be going. But just talking to him about, I'm kind of exploring his frustration. He said this to me. He said, what I try to focus on is not what can't be done, but what can be done. And he's like, I may have a space where I can help on this issue, so I'm going to try and do that. So that's just where I think the Secretary General is. That might be more than low-hanging fruit, but I think that's the idea of where can I act now, and in response to Paolo's question. So the second thing I just want to highlight is I'm very much like the section on country teams as well, because it reminds all of us that we need to be careful about what yardstick we're using when we look at the UN. If we focus on the Security Council like everybody else, there's times we may be excited, but there's a lot of times we'll be frustrated. But a lot of what the UN does is not through that part of the machinery. You know, the old figure that goes back decades is 80% of what the UN is doing is not in peace and security. It's in all the social and economic areas. ECOSOC was brought up earlier in one of the questions, and I thought that was a very good question from the morning panel. So I think we need to focus on that. And I teach a course on the UN that meets here summer. Rich has been a speaker at it for many years, and I thank him very much. Priscilla actually took it, and she'll back me up on this. We always begin the week by asking the students, what's your view of the UN? Kind of like a straw poll. And then they hear from practitioners all week long, and you see how their view evolves. And a lot of times, the view, not always, gets a little bit more positive. And the reason why is I think that the students have become more nuanced about the yardstick that they're using. They understand the UN is not just one actor, it's many actors and agencies and funds, and you need to be more careful or precise when you ask questions like that. So I would just say I think there's a lot that the UN does that's very, very good, and we often forget that. Part of that then relates to the question about information. You know, how is the UN getting this story out there? And I just think there's two dimensions to this. One, I think, is there's situations, as Rich highlighted, where the UN shouldn't be talking about what it's doing because it was successful simply because it was below the radar screen. But there's other times where the UN does need to try and do a better job about selling its news. And actually, Melissa Fleming, the last couple of years, has been one of the speakers at that program. And she knows she's speaking to a youth audience. And so she talks to them about being very careful about what they're getting on social media. UN Verify is one of the things she talks about. So that's very much important, but it's also just making sure the good stories about the UN get out there. And Dawn, you know, I love reading Past Blue. Give my regards to Dulce. I mean, it's such an important that those other stories get out there. The last thing I want to highlight is on the question of veto right up front. You know, in these adjustments, I think I share a lot of your pessimism, but here's one of those times where I needed to have a say, to do a mea culpa, where something happened that much more quickly than I expected. And that's the decision to, when a veto is cast, that it needs to be explained in the General Assembly. You know, I don't think things like the French proposal and all these ideas about a double, I don't think a lot of those things are gonna happen, but quite frankly, I didn't think that would either. And what I need to remind myself is that things can become ripe at the UN unexpectedly if you get the right constellation of factors. Sometimes those positive and negative. I think some of what was done last year was, quite frankly, countries being preventative because they didn't want something worse to happen, you know. And so I'm not saying they necessarily did it for the right reason, but things like that can happen unexpectedly, and I just hope there's more moments like that.
One more.
It's the last one, sorry. All right, thank you very much for all these comments. I mean, you read every part of the report, and we appreciate that. The authors who are not here, I'm sure they will thank you also, and you give us some guidance for the next steps, another report, or let's say in practice what we're trying to do. What we're not the UN. I mean, we are committed to the UN as international civil servants for life, but we are not responsible for the decision making on the other side of the street. So we do try to connect to the Office of the Secretary General and other parts of the Secretariat because we have also links with the former colleagues. But what we get is rather a pushback. In a way, of course, we don't want to be the back seat drivers that now we're out and we're telling people what to do. At the same time, we don't see first an understanding of the capacities of this House to deliver from the top of its leadership, unfortunately. By the way, parenthesis, if you see the most influential advisors and directly advising the Secretary General, they're from the P5. I don't know if that tells you anything in terms of nationality. So it doesn't mean that they are agents or anything, but their mentality is probably not so inclusive, maybe. One thing is that. The second, if you hear the other part of the Secretariat, a lot of frustration because they are not brought in by the Secretary General's office. They are not listened to, they're not given any leeway to try things. And sometimes they're also being put under political appointees who don't know about the UN, and sometimes they don't care about the UN, because the UN is really a belief and a narrative that defines you. And you don't have a sense. I mean, what defines the limits of what can be done is a lot in your mind, and the mind of the Secretary General, his advisors, and the member states. Right? If you define it like my survival is this
the limit, then you can do very little and you can be happy with your conscience, but the world is not happy with your delivery. And another thing is that the member states, sometimes there is a competition between the UN as a system and the member states individually, because of the moral authority that carries whoever claims to be the international community of the UN. So we hear the G7 being the international community, the BRICS being the international community, and who is the international community? All together. But then there is a competition. What Nodara said is the country teams that indeed have connection to the people of its country, then they can have a lot of influence, because they influence the voters, they influence the public opinion that governments care about. One thing that happened some years ago, and I was very much against this, the UN information centers in the developed countries of Western Europe, they were abolished. And there is only one central one in Brussels that is cut off from everything. When I was going to the UN Information Center in Athens, I could see the UN, I could get all the publications, I could talk to people. And the Secretary General passing by would also speak to us. So it was an immediate sense, and I think the UN had much more standing there. Now it's either a big building far, far away, or people who are afraid, perhaps sometimes at the local level, to take political positions because they may be, I don't know, castigated or they may lose their jobs even. So, and we're not, as the PRG, responsible for all this, but we want to bring it up. And although we disagree among ourselves, we hope to generate discussions, and we are very glad that there was a response from people like all of you here in New Zealand.
Thank you for all your questions, because you've given me loads of story ideas, so I feel like I got something out of today as well. It's been a pleasure.
We have one online question. If you have time, we can take it.
We do it quick. Because lunch is
So
waiting.
this is from Jan Hurwitz, which says, would it be possible to encourage the creation of country-level focus groups whose recommendations could feed into this meeting next year? This would include civil society as well as public sector.
Yes, I mean, we'll try to do it. Yes, sure. Thank you. It's becoming a big enterprise, this next meeting, but we hope to be able to be here next year too. And with all of you, plus, and yeah, have prepared with more over time to have more representative voices from all. Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. It's not a question, more like it's a commitment on our side. Yes.
Yeah. That's it. Let's see. No, I'm sorry. One last round of applause. I think this was a robust conversation. Thank you for all your wonderful ideas.
I think the pre-meeting needs to be in Sparta.
Yes.
I would just say it should be in Greece.
Thank you. And not for the 300 kind of Sparta, but because of the sensitivity. No.
Yes. Yes, she was doing exactly. I worked yesterday. Well, yeah. So.
Hello, hello, everybody. Can you come forward so we can have a final session?
One before final.
Oh, one before final.
Yes. Yeah, this is another one. Let our speakers come, right?
Yeah, that's what all of people. Thank you. I think we've had very interesting discussions up till now. And I believe that some of the things that are covered, very key issues, almost linked to what we're going to be discussing on this panel. And so, for purposes of not repeating things that we've already done, I'm going to ask each panelist to make a 5-minute comment or give some reflection on what the presentation is, so that each person will have 5 minutes, and then we'll move on into some questions and answers with our audience. So we'll go. Well, my name is Benedine, as I know I'm from Ghana, and I'm a lecturer in journalism, and I head the Department of Journalism, Ghana Institute of Journalism. And so we'll just go straight into this panel, and I'll invite, we're going to go in the order in which the panelists are presented in our program. So we'll have John Bills go first, 5 minutes, and then we'll have the others follow. Thank you.
It's always exciting to see you present your opinion about the work. Yes. Listen to be Charles also. Thank you for being here also for the second part of our event today. I already spoke in the first part about the Global Resilience Council. So very briefly, it's an idea that Fox has been proposing for a couple of years now, but I think it's having more supporters and traction from other civil society organizations, individuals, and we hope eventually member states in the lead up to the summit of the future, because it is a proposal that can be easily implemented. I did talk about that before. The General Assembly can create a subsidiary body at any time. They don't need to reform, to review the charter amendment. So they could do it as an executive council of the General Assembly and have like a better, proper working security council, but for non-military threats. So that could have, let's say, 25 members, like we said before for the revised Security Council, but no vetoes, no permanent seats in the traditional sense of the word, and representation of regional organizations, if there is agreement to that, and if they want to take such a role, and also good connection with non-state actors, so that there is a whole of society, a whole of multilateralism approach to these big issues, which are not related to classical peace and security, but they are more threatening for the average person, especially of the developing countries, but everybody, eventually, climate change, pandemics, water and food insecurity, and all those things that we should be focusing on instead of trying to kill each other and wasting the resources of humanity on more armaments. So we talked about this violence as a pandemic, as a comment that we should think more and more, because violence has its own dynamic, And it's not only the root causes and all the political things around it, but once it pollutes the mind or contaminates this, the actions, then it spreads like a pandemic. And that was something that I think many people here understood and agreed with in our previous session. So the Global Resilience Council could be an antidote, positive thinking, and focusing on the issues that really unite us and we want to do something about. The details we can agree with the intergovernmental process, that if the idea is accepted, because resilience is really the main goal, sustainable development without having a resilient humanity and planet, which means we have to accept that there'll be crisis one after the other. We have to be able to get back on our feet and get better, not necessarily better in the quantitative terms that we define development with now, but in a way of a good life and this social peace, which is more than just security and just securitization of everything. Final thing is, no, the Security Council, even if it could, it should not deal with climate change. It can deal with some security aspects of climate change, the conflict generation because of climate change, but they cannot impose the end of CO2 emissions or adaptation measures and Security Council. So we do need such a body that will bring together the whole UN system and the whole of our societies, state and non-state actors to address these challenges. Thank you.
Very apt. So let's move on to Manuela. Is he on?
She's online.
Can you hear us? Manuela?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me? Because I cannot hear you. If you speak very, very close to the mic, maybe I can hear something.
Hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello?
I can see her unmuted now.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
yes.
I am not muted. My mic is open. I can hear you close to the screen. Yes.
Can you hear me loud and clear? So can you 5 minutes to make some comments on global resilience and governance?
But I don't know if you can hear me. I guess so. And just make me a sign or something to say if I can provide my comments or not. Georgios?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes?
Oh, yes, the foundation is muted. You're right.
Okay, well.
Yes, we're trying to lower your volume.
I can hear you close to the screen now, just now, but not the people on the panel. You are muted. I'm sorry. You are muted on the second screen. Georgios, you are muted.
Yeah.
Yes, please, Manuela, we can hear you.
Please, Manuela, we can hear you.
Okay, now it's better. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, you were muted, I think. Well, anyway, thank you so much for this kind invitation. Just a few comments very quickly on behalf of Grey Cells, which is the Association of Former International Civil Servants for Development, Geneva-based, mainly Geneva-based. I would like to provide some perspective from the Geneva International to fit into this discussion on the Global Resilience Council that Grey Cells fully supports. Very quickly, what is the International Geneva, why it matters today in this debate, and how it can concretely contribute to any reform on the UN, and not only the proposal on the Resilience Council. What it is and where it comes from, just as a reminder, Geneva is a very complex ecosystem of some 40 international organizations, including 5 UN specialized agencies, many UN entities, 180 permanent missions, 400 NGOs with a permanent or regular presence in Geneva. And all that makes an amazing concentration of expertise, knowledge, information, exchanges with the member states, with the delegates, the negotiators, on a wide range of multilateral topics. Just as a reminder again, in Geneva, we cover from the humanitarian emergency assistance to refugees, migrants, ILO labor standards, global health, intellectual property, international trade, economic development, gender issues, climate change, biodiversity, technology, artificial intelligence, governance of internet, and you name it, and of course, human rights and disarmament, by the way. So we can safely say that in Geneva, we cover every day, from a technical perspective, almost all the non-military threats, or to quote Georgios in his text, the root causes of the mega challenges that we are facing today. History does not repeat itself, apparently, but certainly it matters. Again, as a reminder, the only survivors of the League of Nations system that was Geneva-based are the economic, social, and humanitarian entities of that system that were then embedded and transformed into the UN system, while the council that was in charge of the collective security as a political arm of the system collapsed even well before World War II. So this demonstrates, I think, in my view, that international cooperation in these technical areas not only is inevitable, not only it is indispensable, but is also more resilient than any international mechanism revolving around peace or collective security. Now, why the International Geneva matters today in your room, in your debate, in your reports, in any UN reform, and particularly the Global Resilience Council, particularly for 2 reasons, in my view. The first one is that the work that is done in Geneva since decades now is mainly a regulatory work, meaning a work around multilateral instruments, agreements, mechanisms, rules, standards, more or less legally binding or voluntary, with more or less precise and sophisticated monitoring mechanisms that aim at managing the globalization in its different aspects. The most obvious examples are the international trade rules produced by the WTO, which are legally binding, let's remind that, the ILO conventions and recommendations on labor rights, the WHO global health regulations, the Human Rights Council recommendations, and so on. Of course, in addition to this regulatory work, there is the technical assistance at the field level that was mentioned, if I understood quickly, just minutes ago before the break, as the main positive, visible daily work of the UN, particularly, of course, at the country level, the work that changes the life of we the peoples that are mentioned at the preamble of the charter. So it is not something that has to be undermined and neglected. The second reason why Geneva matters is that Geneva is like a huge puzzle, extremely complex. It is a huge crossroads of intersectoral, multidisciplinary topics where we analyze, we discuss with member states again, the linkages between, for instance, trade and vaccines, or migration and climate change, social security and human rights, or health and intellectual property, and so on. All these linkages are addressed and discussed and put on the negotiating table with such an intensity that I do not think you have in other UN headquarters. Finally, how can we strengthen the bridges between Geneva and New York, between the Geneva still functioning processes that are relatively less contaminated by the geopolitical poison that you see very visible in New York, also because the press and the host government here is quite positive about the work of the UN. So how to strengthen the bridges between Geneva and New York at all levels. Of course, I include the civil society in all these levels, aiming, of course, at the decision makers. Well, the first and the basic thing, the most obvious, is precisely to insert the Geneva agenda as a whole in the proposal of the Global Resilience Council in a very specific, doable manner. It can be done, it has to be done. It has to complement the proposal as it is, to be really fully reflecting the coherence of the UN system that is mentioned also in the text of the proposal. This can be relatively easy, doable in technical terms. The political will, it's another story, but that's another matter. Finally, if I may, of course, a lot of more discussions, contacts, communications are needed between the two dimensions. And then an announcement, allow me. At the end of April 2024, Greycells will convene an intergenerational dialogue on the role of the International Geneva in this current context, together with the Swiss authorities, the Geneva authorities, and the civil society. So, of course, we aim at have some influence on the summit of the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. But I hope that you were able to make sense of the last point that you're speaking. So we will move on to the next panelist, and that is Frank.
Yeah, so good morning to you all, and good evening or good afternoon from wherever you're calling. So Frank van Ganswinkel, I'm representing co-founder of the Albrecht Books Initiative. So this is a more monetary kind of viewpoint on some of the developments that are taking place and are shaping. And also I'm a teacher or a professor at Wittenberg College. And so on some of my 5 elements today, I will try to be stated. So first element is to look at capture within the United Nations. So and within the capture, especially capture with oil and gas, there is an adequate question to be asked: how can credibility be restored if you have a design, organizational design that's been shaped by the UNFCCC, appointing as a president, in the case of COP28, a president of the National Oil Company, you become a total joke, especially with this younger generation. Right? So nobody is taking interest into really essential deliberations about the future of our planet. Because of this organizational deficiency, and I name it as capture, you lose credibility, you lose footprint. They don't listen to whatever you have, meaningful things that you have to say. The second element is, as part of this element, and I know there's an accountability submission, so this is the Secretary General had invited by September 30th, an accountability submission. So any ideas to improve on this accountability was actually, as an opportunity for everyone here to submit their ideas and their proposals. So I invite everyone who has concerns or otherwise will not be here to partake in that exercise. There was September 30th accountability submission. The other thing, part of it is, how can we reimagine, the United Nations? And in that regard, what would be success factors? What would be, principal KPIs, principal indicators, for that success? Secondly, I want to move to the proposal from Georges. So I think it is all Council. I want to applaud them for that effort. And the broader team to submit it. One element is I would, at the same time, I am not a big fan for those of you who know me, some maybe here a lot, but I'm not a big fan of SDGs. I think SDGs were crucial in 2015, but they're totally outdated. So we need a move to a dashboard of crisis points. When Stockholm Resilience Center is talking about the 16 tipping points, about the 9 planetary boundaries, of which 6 have been exceeded, I think we should no longer talk about lofty ambitions. We have to move into the right mode of action and the right kind of response to this. So in that regard, I would like to establish this dashboard as a which might be the 10 crucial elements. It might be strategic water access, it might be food supply disruption, it might be potential rise to the conflict. But at least, have these 10 key factors identified as a dashboard, which could also inform, the SG and the grant. And I would also somehow have lost track of where Sandia disaster risk really was. I mean, there's a lot of talk in the talks leading into Paris 2015. But I've lost track of where these Sandia disaster. I don't know if they're still in existence, if they're still alive. But I think I would also maybe see there that is establish a bridge, for generating that dashboard. The other thing is with respect to somebody made this comment about the Global Resilience Council and 25 nations. I would agree. Maybe where is the efficiency to come to more efficient decisions and impactful decisions with 25 when you can't reach 6. So it's not maybe an issue of the magnitude, but I would here invite to consider regional communities, maybe groups. So 5 continents in Europe, here in the US there's 7 continents, whatever. So I think that maybe identify these major regional blocks as appointing representatives who could act on a rotating basis for your GRC. The other thing I would like to mention as my 4th item is absence of leadership. Right. So one of the reasons why, and this is at the court, I ask my students, name me, a leader who's influencing you or is impacting you, or you want to, mimic later in life. And at best, I get a quarterback, right? I get some name of a quarterback, but I definitely don't get a international leader, or I don't get a corporate CEO who's inspiring the younger generation. And so I think, when we talk about issues about the United Nations, again, we also fall back on the deficiency of leadership. And with that, I would, propose also as part of the GRC that you establish an academy of young aspiring leaders, right? So that you create on an annual basis, maybe this is the idea of the NARC, so in France, that you select 100 people, you key leaders, for leading France, but here in this case, it would be the United Nations. And there's sufficient people, a caliber of people in this room who would actually assist in being part of this faculty. Last but not least, I would also make, here this is representing the point of the monetary system here beyond redwoods, is also including an element of transparency. And one of the major issues, why there has been an erosion of the credit nations, but also by largest multilateral development institutions, was the element of grant corruption, and the lack of transparency here. And I would include the US because I think it's not only grant corruption in the nations that who are the institutions and the nations that are affected. So any effort to enforce transparency and accountability on that front would be very beneficial.
It's interesting how points that we've already discussed or have checked from the panel that we've had showing up again. And I'm seeing a lot of similarities in what it and global and the council. Thank you for that. Next we have
Okay, so that's yeah, I think yeah. To Jeffrey, and then we'll come back to you and then have.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. I'm Jeffrey Huffines. I'm Senior Advisor for the Coalition for the UN We Need. And, I think the new PGA, Dennis Francis, framed the key challenge of our time very well when he chose rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity as the theme of this session of the GA. And civil society is uniquely placed as a global force to foster greater unity and solidarity between contending governments. Peoples, I would argue. So I'd like to place my remarks in the context of the next steps for our collective advocacy on behalf of the Global Resilience Council proposal and the other proposals in these two reports. Now, for those of you who do not know, the Coalition for the UN We Need is an independent global civil society platform dedicated to bringing together CSOs, other stakeholders, member states, and the UN to advance follow-up to the UN 75 Declaration of 2020 and our common agenda in preparation for the Summit of the Future in 2024. And over 3 days this past March, we brought together more than 2,000 online CSO representatives, some 200 in-person participants here at this Church Center for a Global Futures Forum to finalize and promote an interim People's Pact for the Future as an evolving civil society declaration of some 3 dozen reform proposals. And this pact was informed by 5 regional feature forums as well as online consultations across 7 thematic tracks that generated these policy recommendations that included a focus on development and SDGs that was very capably led by Georgios, as well as Javier Sarowski of CFA and Elaine Haber of C4UN out of Lebanon. And out of those consultations, this thematic track produced 5 key recommendations. Recommendation on enhancing SDG coherence by clarifying implementation responsibilities, enhancing the analysis, tracking, and accountability of SDG implementation, articulating and acting on alternatives for GDP, reinforcing the SDGs through a number of measures, and finally to establish a Global Resilience Council. So along the lines of Adura's 3 buckets of the do now bucket, the do soon bucket, and the bucket of contentious issues, I would make the argument that the proposal to establish a Global Resilience Council makes an excellent bridge between buckets 2 and 3 to tackle issues in the medium term to leading to solutions of contentious issues in the longer term. Well, why? Well, because the Global Resilience Council proposal recognizes the complexity of the SDGs, that it is a complicated solution to a complicated problem, which requires proper institutional arrangements at the international level to harness the trade-offs of contentious issues between intergovernmental bodies, state, non-state actors, that requires a more coherent and inclusive decision-making process and better coordination between key decision makers, stakeholders, and societal actors. The SDGs and Development Thematic Working Group recommended the following next steps, which I might add Georgios and the FOBS team are doing here, leading by example, which is work with organizations advocating for the establishment of such a council to reduce a meaningful coalition. 2, to produce policy papers and proposals which further articulate the nature and purpose of the Global Resilience Council. And finally, to identify like-minded member states who could become allies for such a council. So, what is the roadmap going forward? Well, after a much contentious debate throughout spring into summer, on August 30th, member states agreed upon a draft decision on the scope of the Summit of the Future that provides us with a roadmap for their future negotiations. They agreed on a chapeau and 5 chapters that will deal with sustainable development and financing for development, international peace and security, and the new agenda for peace, science, technology, and innovation, and digital cooperation, youth and future generations, and finally transforming global governance. So I think we know where the Global Resilience Council will be placed in these negotiations, or at least in our advocacy. So the decision requests the PGA to appoint co-facilitators for the negotiation of the Pact for the Future, as well as identifying key coordinators for each of the chapters of the proposed pact. And then finally, the co-facilitators in Namibia and Germany also wrote a letter on 30th August that outlined areas of agreement and disagreement when silence procedure was broken 6 times following the tabling of the 15 August draft resolution. They pointed out that the majority of the text submitted under silence procedure was actually unopposed. So they go and articulate this. And they also identified contentious issues requiring further work. So in terms of the next steps for the C4UN campaign and FOGS and with your leadership, we want to further develop civil society advocacy going forward to influence the negotiations of the outcomes of the UN Summit of the Future in September 2024. We will invite CSO advocates and other stakeholders to continue to engage in debating and refining the Interim People's Pact through further national, regional, thematic consultations, including quarterly online global town halls. And we are now in consultation with the UN Department of Global Communications and the Foreign Ministry of Germany about organizing a proposed UN Civil Society conference in Nairobi next May, thereby hoping to ensure ever greater grassroots Global South participation in the process next year. So meanwhile, beginning in October, we will invite CSO advocates and other stakeholders to continue the discussion to develop our proposals, our advocacy going forward as member states begin to negotiate the Pact for the Future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I decided to cut a lot of the speech, but I request that organizers of this meeting please include it in the report that is part of this session. That would be the full speech outcome. That a lot of services is going, and indeed I would be thinking about what you said. Allow me then to talk through which we are presenting as proposals as we chatted before. Slides were taken from a report. The insights were taken from a report of the African Development Bank's high level, which wrote something on it, laying the groundwork for a comprehensive understanding of what resilience is all about. And all of what is in that report with the current proposal for a global resilience council. The panel's recommendations offer a multi-pronged strategy that addresses the symptoms and the root causes of fragility, because we're talking about the countries. These insights are particularly relevant to me and remain largely. The first one, which I think I'm impressed to see that organizers of this that insight would be to invest in regional frameworks for The panel underscored, that is the African panel, the necessity of regional frameworks as a cornerstone for resilience. Such frameworks serve as platforms for cross-border coordination, facilitating collective action on shared challenges. These include security and economic issues like managing extractive industries and transboundary natural resources. I think this sounds familiar to by fostering regional cooperation, these frameworks can mitigate the risks of illegal trafficking and other forms of cross-border criminality. The call for robust regional framework resonates strongly with the Global Resilience Council's objectives in a world where challenges are increasingly transnational. That was the first insight. The second insight would be to build effective states through inclusive political settlements. The panel emphasized the role of political settlements in establishing resilient states, inclusive governance, ensures that state institutions are accountable and responsive, fostering a sense of trust between the states and its citizens. This is crucial for long-term stability, and it addresses the underlying grievances that often fuel conflict. The panel's focus on inclusivity and accountability aligns well with the Global Resilience Council's aim of beyond short-term militarized response to stability, advocating for structural and long-term conditions that enable fragile states to build yes. The third and the last one, I think it was spoken about that we need to begin to draw on the resilience that is found, especially in the African society. But I think there was a point that was raised earlier on that also from marginalized societies whose voice has not been adequately heard, let alone listened to. So this insight says we must look at those and draw some lessons from those. And one of the panel's compelling arguments on this is the need to harness inherent resilience found in African societies. This includes leveraging the strengths of various sectors, the private sector, civil society, and most importantly, local communities to build resilience, especially at the grassroots. The panel advocates for unlocking institutions and partnerships at the community, at the state, and at regional level. This multi-layered approach ensures that resilience efforts are coordinated, sustainable, and effective over the long term. Many of these, what I've alluded to, as recommendations could be taken in further to refine the idea of the program. I think integrating this broader discourse can enrich our understanding of resilience as a complex, multi-dimensional construct. They would also allow us to see that local, national, and international efforts reinforce the idea for a global resilience council that is adaptive to the reality of the community. I'm concluding by calling the Global Resilience Council actually saying that it presents an innovative approach, tackling some of the most present challenges of our time. It offers a fresh perspective on global governance
that is holistic. However, its success will hinge on its ability to clearly define its values, secure political will, and ensure effective coordination among various states. As we ponder the future of global governance, let us remember that resilience is not just about weathering the storms. It is about transforming our systems to be better prepared for the challenges ahead. The Global Resilience Council could be a significant step in that direction. Still, it will require careful planning, a clear mandate, a collective will to make it effective. But most importantly, it will need decisive leadership. I think. Just kind of responding to the question that I had in the for the experiences of experience in the African community. But what was the role of Africa? Thank you for that. So we'll move on to questions. Yes. That is the workshop that we are I apologize. I will say something and then I need to, because I have another meeting with the broadcast. But I want to say something broadly. So, first of all, introducing myself. I'm the president of the Political Foundation. I'm also part of Jeffrey and George of the steering group of the Global Forum. And on everything what was said, was I think really important, I'd like to make 3 references. Well, I'm a supporter of the Resilience Council. I think that we need so clearly why these things really needed when compared with the current. I would love to have a kind of list of arguments why this council would be much better than the current arrangements based on ecosystem development. We need to have a clear list of arguments. Second, I think that in the composition of the Resilience Council, I agree that it should give a role to the different organizations. So I'm speaking like that because I belong to the European Union, but I think I would love to have African Union. Yes, African Union. And other people organizations. Second way to have African Union be becoming permanent member of the country. We need to have this kind of balance. My third point is, I think regarding SDGs, I would not say this is an outdated agenda because I will somehow overcome my events. But what I think is needed is to move from SDGs understood as a kind of list of objectives, just to think the boxes. We need to move to a real strategic way to implement this. We need to have a real strategic plan in each country and a real strategic action at global level. And this is one of the reasons we do need to have something like the Resilience Council. Because as Manuela was explaining, there are many trade-offs. It's complex. And we need to have a body able to deal with these trade-offs and then identify the things. So look, these are my comments. And again, my apologies, but if I don't now, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. And for the support for this one. Hello?
Yes, thank you. I need to submit this question with yes, like the outdated. And maybe replacing that with the dashboard of threats. This was that piece for risks. Discuss that out again. I think it's a really motion. As there are multiple crises that are unfolding. How can we have more forward strategies? In other words, how can we look to the future? How can we have more progress and this, which is why I think that the Global Resilience Council is so meaningful. It also takes from climate, right? And now the measures to proactive and not reactive. So how can we better adapt to what is coming and how can we increase our swing from
Yeah, but do you want me to answer that or you go around? Other questions? So it means the matter is now.
I really like the when I am still in the Global Resilience Council, probably was kind of ranging. Still alternative social peace. Life security. I totally agree. That's surprised yesterday. I think too much. Every time the countries come forward of document action, many people who explain it. But obviously, and while I know it's not that's been very challenging for my whole career because it isn't norm yet. So you'll really essays in the Global Resilience Council, but by no means the only one. And saying, no, that's great stuff. Three, 5 pages that are lack. That was what I'm saying, basically. And I'm really interested in understanding this, how this works. Is it kind of enforcement? Things happen. But well, I think I'm going to stay in the whole range.
Line question.
Yeah, regarding the dashboard crisis. I want you to flesh it out a little bit.
So the idea is, and again, I want to pay due respect to the SDGs. When they were established in 2015, they were the right kind of toolkit, although I would have reduced them from 70 to maybe 10. That's another story. But here, I think we should have, or we're in a process where we need to pivot and away from SDGs. When I hear there's a seminar or summit on SDG, I think there's much better reallocation of human capital here. That's an opportunity. So what would that dashboard, the dashboard, you can link to the poly crisis, right? So there's most of us in the room should be are unfamiliar with the poly crisis. So the compares of 10 major crises, and one of which is, of course, climate change. We have the biodiversity loss. We have the global health pandemic, but we also have artificial intelligence, data privacy, social inequality, racial injustice. We have financial instability. So away from moving these elements, and we have also United Nations own numbers by 2050, the potential to have 1 billion plus people on migration. So there's an element of who is going to be taking charge, which institution is taking charge. How are we going to be supporting, for example, the receiving nations, the hosting nations of all these migrants? How can these migrants be accompanied in that sense? What's the accommodation that has to be put in place? So these are challenges for which we do need immediate kind of thinking. So tactical, strategic, and operational thinking. Right? So, and instead of saying against poverty, no poverty, that, I find that, really almost like an insult to the human intelligence. To see this, taking place. And again, especially when you look at the major suffering that's ahead, if you don't tackle these issues at scale and with, human and capital reallocation, to tackle those issues. And again, I think it's a great kind of opportunity to come up with a dashboard that would list, okay, what are the 10 major crisis zones? I could come up, the World Bank, to its credit, just did a water shortage, kind of the 10 focal points on global water shortage. I think this is what's needed. I think it should become their mandate to allocate infrastructure capital to alleviate those water shortages in a, through infrastructure work, but also by incorporating indigenous knowledge. 80% of our planet is water. It's just a matter of, rechanneling it. There's a lot of indigenous knowledge about how to conserve and how to sustain water. So these are issues, for example, ISS, the astronauts, are circling 6 months on the orbit. There's no water in their load. It's too heavy. So they have come up with a very, very intricate kind of water protection work to such an extent that they bring each other's feet. Right? So again, I apologize for sharing this, but it is an element of human ingenuity that, and these are solutions. If that can be done for these astronauts, it can be done at a global scale. Right? So, and then what does it take to, have those notions up there and implement to the benefit of every single citizen of that? That's, I think if you convey this part, that would be stunning. Apologize for it.
can hear the competence of the SDG.
Insufficiency, not being competent, insufficiency. Yeah, or incapacity.
Could you just give an example of a particular type in a particular country and how that could be addressed and who would do it?
You're asking me? Okay. So, yeah, I think in terms of the targets, I think we can you can name as many conflicts as there are. I think right now we have a lot of climate migration within nations, right? But I think So this has already taken place. Forget about people moving from Latin America to the U.S. or from North Africa through Libya, amongst others, to Europe. I think what we do have in this instance is because we have such these crisis situations evolved is because we don't have identified institutions that think it's their remit in order to take care of those. I mean, that's an element, I think, so this is part of the line for, the new map that has to be established. If we see, I think, an example, and I think you're asking me for a very specific example. I think, I'm very impressed personally by the Green Belt. Green Belt, for those of you familiar, I think, this is establishing across, from Western Africa all the way to Eastern Africa across about 11 nations. Built a corridor of about 5 kilometers, so 3 miles wide, kind of sustainable, or forested and sustainable kind of area to create agricultural space, to create local habitat that's sustainable, and also to keep migration or to avoid migration. This has been, to the best of my knowledge, I thought it was the responsibility of the Organization of African Nations. So again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know. And it failed because it was something that was started in 2002. Now, so if we say this is a major crisis situation because we have people, understandably, moving up north because they want to go to spaces where it's more sustainable, where they can actually undertake more, take care of the land in a sustainable manner. But this is not being, there's no institution that I know of that's things that should be done in a diligent manner. There's no funds that are available. And I don't understand, for example, that Europe. I know Macron was trying at the recent summit in June. He was trying to retable this, but I haven't heard anything major or in a substantial manner it being listed. But I think this should be on Europe's at the EU's level too, because I think if you think over and above rendering a sustainable habitat, it's also managing migration in a proactive manner, right? So I mean, this is a very, very specific crisis, and in my view, we should not have one green belt; we should have 10 green belts. Right? That's I'll try to give at least some answer where it's
And to answer your question or presentation, there is a video of 6 minutes on the webpage of the Global Resilience Council that we have, and you can watch it and we try to explain what it is about. So we can play it here afterwards during the break if you want. Yes, of course. So that's partly an answer. But we are aware that we have to explain a lot more and we don't know all the details ourselves. So we want to co-create this. The thing is that already the focus is changing, that resilience is an important issue because there is the fragility of states, the fragility of the global system, our lives. So in a way that also casts a bit of a shadow on the SDGs because perhaps, and now we are less about development, about resilience, maintaining or thinking, something like that. So the SDGs are important. They are like something we can learn by heart. The 17 goals that they don't solve by themselves. And I think also the targets, etc., they're not necessarily well devised or not applicable to all countries. So we could have, like Maria said, I think, and others, either a dashboard or something where we start from work and how we practice among all those, to really have projects that bring together more than one SDG, because we cannot go one by one or what do you think by this, because they're all connected. The SDG 4 for education may sound, I don't know, elitist, but it is the basis for everything else. To understand how to learn, how to adjust and survive, for example. And so poverty and hunger, they're so connected, and health. Yeah, so that was one way of cutting down what needs to be done, but again, in implementation, we have to be more creative. And such a body, of course, now I see to be overburdened. It tries to do everything, right? Yeah, but at least the focus will change, the discussion will change. We hope that the climate will change, in a metaphorical sense, to really get out of big confrontations and thinking what it will be the next empire will be, or whatever, and think more about human beings and good living, and situations like, okay, go to the moon or go to other more positive concepts for humanity. By the way, what you said, you remind me of you, so you get in a big drive for it. So there are a lot we can learn, and of course, Africa is most resilient because with all these bad conditions, people survive and get be happy, happier than sometimes. Frankfurt, the young lady from Ecuador, who said, this kind of thinking or intelligence, which is not only intelligence, it's also, what can I say, intelligence of the heart and the spirit and all that, right? So, if we can change all that discourse, finally, we do have at various levels. The Global Resilience Council, we talk about the Global Resilience Council. I'm working in my municipality of Sparta for a local resilience council because we have fires around us there, we have floods, we have the agriculture that has to change because of climate change. My mother produces oranges and olives, and we have to rethink. Perhaps we have to produce canky fruit and avocados. I don't know. The whole community there. So at all levels, the level of Greece, the European Union, African Union corresponding, and the world. So they are interlocking. And at least for the other levels, but not for the global, this has been also adopted by the high-level advisory board of the Secretary General. It can be regional resilience councils. So one more step to have a whole range of those councils and to change the discourse, I think would be important. Thank
you. This one should be come to points. This one was raised by the when he said they want to relate to the aid as the aid. And he talks to the question which I asked about complementarity. I think the council and the organizers must look at clarifying the relationships in the context of what it is. How are you going to relate to the regional structure? That may be where they could overlap in terms of the mandates. So that's why I spoke complementarity earlier on. That is my first point. You need to clarify. The second one is the access to who must we talk to about this? And who are we talking to at this point? Who do we want to have access to this information?
couple things I wanted.
Hello. Manuela? Are you with us? Yeah. She's with us, right? Manuela, can you make some final comments? Can you hear us? Manuela, can you hear us?
Hello.
That's not a regional organization. I just wanted to mention that my regional commission have a wealth of information. They gather, they do a lot of analysis. They have the sustainable development forums. They produce a report. Great regional sustainable forums are intergovernmental, and they come together and advise, and it could be really useful. So, for example, I work with the Regional Secretariat Office, which is on top of the 5 regional commitments, and during the global crisis, we produced a report from the 5 regions of the world as the crisis was unfolding. That gave us a global perspective. Many things from the regions. I wonder why, the regional commissions are underutilized, because there's so much that we could use as benefit from PCA is incredible. Come to the global level, we can analyze coherent, consistent, and strategic way would really give us a heads up into what kind of threats are coming from different regions. I think that's one of the values for the dashboard. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just a little bit concerned about we are trying to a little bit dismiss the SDGs. And not because they are perfect goals, but I think it is important to remember that there was a whole process where we did try to engage various orders of society and all countries of the world to get their input. And of course, and we didn't get everything. It is important to value. And in comparison to what we've done in the year, it really was, I think, this your effort to open up our agriculture. And I was able to participate and remember, been invited to give their opinion on able to do so. And another thing is I'm really impressed where I live in Costa Rica, where my own country is found, SDGs are everywhere. And this time we did manage to get people to get out information so that a lot of people know about this. Don't know anything else about the UN. Our colleagues latest Pew Center goal. A good number of countries in various parts of the world were from the South and it was quite favorable. I think it was around 63% that you had a favorable view of the UN. In some countries, it was really bad, like in Maryland, I don't know. So I think it's also important not only for the UN not to be out of touch with military, but us who are talking about the UN. I'm not sure that we always capture what people feel about what
Thank you for your comments. So first of all, from this, I think it was so intent. So I think that I think what I tried to say is that, GGs were right for the time in 2000. They have actually, as you said, for some, right now you have in municipal schools in France, they replant 70, right? I mean, it's part of, so you can see this is part of the success. What I'm saying is like, and here I'm going to use a term from the CWEL, from the venture capital part, there's also a time to pivot. Right? So I think, if certain points, if certain elements are accelerating, and here I make reference to, we are approaching the 16 tipping points where 6 out of the 9 concrete boundaries for the Stockholm Resilience Center have been exceeded. I think we can no longer use the NDP as a toolkit to handle this crisis positively. So again, I think we do agree, or in my view, we agree. I think I have a lot of respect for what was achieved through the NDP process. And I think for Jeffrey Sachs, I have a lot of, want to acknowledge his work there too at the time. But right now, 2023, given what we are faced with, we need another toolkit. We need another solution. That's what I'm. Secondly, I think if I say some of the comments, I'm in contact constantly with the CEOs, with youth across the world. This is unfortunately the sentiment of it. We have through the absence of leadership, it is not as inspiring as the times when you had that how much gold you had Utans, that kind of caliber of leadership at the time. And we also have technology that has been far more polarization than the 60s and the 70s. I mean, that's also not helping the challenge of the event. But again, what I try to reflect is sentiment among you.
Yeah, Adriana, you're ready.
Yes, thank you very much again for giving me the floor. I hope you can hear me. It's still very, very bad on that end of the sound. But just allow me two very, very quick concluding remarks. Hello?
We can hear you.
Yes, okay. Two very quick remarks from, again, the Geneva perspective that is quite different. The more I hear you, or I cannot hear you, the more I realize how big is the Atlantic Ocean between the Geneva and the New York dimension. First, what I heard, more or less what I read in the reports that were presented, is roughly 70 or 80% revolving around the Security Council, peace and related matters. And when it is not that topic, it is mainly regarding environmental issues. Or this is fine, but this is not the end, not even the beginning of the UN agenda. And it is not because, and this is the second remark, because we have to talk about economic and social good work of the UN because it's a good decoration in the overall setting. It's much more than that. Economic, social, and environmental needs, as described by the SDGs and much more, are really the root of international cooperation. And there is not one topic that is more important than the other one. It's the whole package equally. So please also look at what Geneva was able to do in the last decades in terms of regulations, agreements, rules, standards, and assistance at the field level. This is what really matters and has to be at the same level as a minimum as the political agenda revolving around peace. So please take that into account, particularly in the Global Resilience Council proposal that, as I said, not only is doable, but technically speaking, has to include really seriously the Geneva agenda as a whole. And it can be done technically. The political will, as I said, is another story, but it has to be done. It's too important to neglect. Thank you.
You're breaking very badly, so I don't know. Maybe you've been
just give us your comments later. Just type out your comments for us. We'll be grateful to share those. Thank you so much. I'm in this session, and I'd like to thank my panelists very much for your insightful contribution. Thank you so much.
Throw us out of the room. One of them is already sent.
Hello. Can you hear me? Sorry, can you hear me? Can you?
South Africa, dealing with public policy research and analysis, democracy and human rights and constitutionalism, international cooperation, and international cooperation that brought us here. So thank you very much. I think given the time, let's be like a bit of a sergeant major this afternoon and just drill through the program. And we're going to start off with our contributors. I think for the sake of our friend in Iran, Mohammed, who I hope can hear us, if we can just, if the technology is working, just get his contribution. And then we can move on to the people that are with us here first. So Mohammed, if you could try and limit your contribution to 5-7 minutes maximum, that would be great, and look forward to speaking to us. Mohammed, did you hear?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Mohammed? Yes. Okay.
Okay. So I actually, unfortunately, I cannot hear you well, but I see you hear me well. So
come and go, but try, keep speaking, and let's see how it goes.
Okay. With your permission, I will start my speech. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of Allah, the all compassionate, the all merciful. Actually, I'm Mohammed from Iran, Islamic Republic of Iran, and I'm very happy for the opportunity that I've been given. First of all, I would like to apologize for not being able to join the panel discussion in person. Anyway, I'm grateful for the opportunity to address you today on the title. Sorry.
Okay, can go ahead.
To talk about the critical topic of the Russia-Ukraine war and the need for a global peace architecture. I would like to start my speech with a famous narration from the Prophet Muhammad, in which he says, there are two unknown blessings, two, let's say, hidden blessings. The first one is a blessing of good health, and the second one is security and safety. These two, health and security, are often taken for granted. It's only when one's health is compromised or when a sense of safety is lost that we truly appreciate their value. I come from a country that has faced numerous challenges, including the devastating 8-year war between Iran and Iraq, initiated by dictator Saddam. Although I was not born during those difficult times, I have witnessed the enduring impact of that conflict on my fellow countrymen and the region as a whole. The scars of war, regardless of when they occur, continue to affect generations long after the fighting has ceased. It is with this understanding that I express my hope for a swift resolution for the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. I'm not a politician, but I believe that the ongoing conflict between Ukraine and Russia is growing increasingly complex, and is the innocent people who suffer the most, losing their sense of security, tranquility, and peace day by day. Security is not an individual or personal blessing. It is a collective blessing that benefits us all. In the teaching of the Abrahamic religions, a consistent thing is the emphasis on reconciliation and kindness, particularly towards our neighbors. As Jesus said, you shall love your neighbors as yourself. I hope that Ukraine and Russia as neighbors can heed this message and find a path to peace and reconciliation. I want to express my deep solidarity with the people of Ukraine who are enduring immense hardship during this conflict. And moreover, I take this opportunity to extend my wishes for security and peace to all people around the world, regardless of their geographic location. Yes, regardless of their geographic location. May Africa, Yemen, Syria, Afghanistan, and every corner of our planet experience the blessing of safety and tranquility. In conclusion, I urge all of us to remember that peace is a shared responsibility, and it is with our collective power to work towards a world where the blessing of health and safety are enjoyed by all. Thank you for your attention. I cannot hear you, but I hope you heard me.
Okay, we heard you. Thank you very much. Okay, the next speaker who was supposed to join us online was Kirsten Leitner, who spoke to us this morning. But she has sent us a message which I will just quickly out to you before we move on to colleagues was up front with me to their contribution. So she says that she would like to emphasize 3 aspects which are crucial to make peace architecture work. Firstly, by overcoming confrontational politics, back to basics of the UN Charter. Secondly, respect for otherness, the juxtaposition of parliamentary multi-party democracy versus authoritarian governance is too short-sighted. Countries have different histories and development. What counts is good governance as defined by participation, transparency, accountability, and justice. Third point she makes is willingness to compromise. In real-life situations, what counts is to define the common or at least the mutual interest. Find solutions to end an armed conflict. Both sides have to see or made to see which political agreement gives greater benefits to both sides than continuing to fight. Example from the past is Liberia, and maybe openings in the maybe are opening Ukraine case. We need to think out of the box, she says. Guiding principles, good neighborhood openness of borders to local populations, promotion of trade and investment, respect for political affiliation of both sides, holding issues like the status of the Crimea, Donbass open, waiting further investigations and eventual negotiations. Ceasefire and withdrawal of troops behind a mutually agreed demarcation line, enforcement of law and order by Ukrainian and or Russian police forces under UN or OESC supervision. Reconstruction under Russian EU joint authority with World Bank and other development bank financing. Disarmament within a certain radius of Eastern Europe, Western Russia, UN monitored. A special UN court to review war crimes and accountability with participation of Ukrainian and Russian judges and lawyers. Procurators to come from the ICC. Most importantly, the war narratives in our media have to be dropped. The common history needs to be told and the people be made aware of. Need a narrative of peace and peaceful settlement of disputes. For this, patience, perseverance, and courage are required. Will we have a UN, member states, UN staff, other stakeholders who will show this courage, patience, and perseverance? Quote from the UN Charter in conclusion: to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. These are the marching orders of the UN Charter. She leaves us where she says, I leave it to you to determine whether our respective governments and our opinion leaders in our countries need this system. But that was the contribution from Kristen.
that point, can now move over to my left and ask Guy Rosenblum-Kumar, UN representative of Nonviolent Peace Force, to make the point. Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for staying to this late hour. My invitation to speak here came because Kirsten and I were having a discussion when she raised the issue of global architecture for peace. I told her about my past work and current work with national peace architecture for infrastructures for peace, which is not a new term at all. John-Paul Lederach, UNDP, where I worked for retirement, was doing work on this in the early 2000s. And I dug these out so that I could hope you'll bear with me, because I want to try to connect several subjects and come back to this one. Starting with the conceptual and theoretical underpinning of an infrastructure, and then applying what little I know to the Ukraine situation, because my organization Nonviolent Peace Force does work there, and then coming back to what I think now in this regard. I first want to connect global peace architectures to national, because even John-Paul Lederach in '97 was saying the global one is dependent on national one. And my first experience with this came in South Africa, when I had the great privilege to work with the UN as a peace observer from 1992 to '94, when the South Africans themselves, with the UN only observing, created their own national peace accord structure, which was a peace architecture, to usher apartheid out with the least violence possible. And that changed my whole career trajectory and opened my eyes to a lot of things. So I see the national needing to be in place before we can have a global architecture. And what is a peace architecture? So I will quickly read a 2010 UNDP coined definition. It's only 2 lines. A dynamic network of interdependent structures, mechanisms, resources, values, and skills, which through dialogue and consultation and conflict prevention and building in a society. Now, the reason why that is important is because this can take place in certain cases where there is ongoing conflict and there's an absence of good governance. But it's not only supposed to be resurrected when a conflict is brewing. It is something that countries need. And if you look at the piece, you can go back to it, which says this is part of the strategy for prevention. And no country is exempt. And every society could benefit from having national infrastructure for peace to mediate problems and disagreements in constructive and less violent ways. So going quickly to what Nonviolent Peace Force does in this regard. We are a small NGO that practices what is called unarmed civilian protection, which works on 3 principles: nonviolence above all, the primacy of local actors and being guided by them, and imparting unarmed civilian protection skills to local community members so that they can protect themselves directly in times of urgent need, and also build local infrastructures so that communities have ongoing skills. And if anyone wants to talk about how this is needed in places like DRC and Mali afterwards, I'd be very happy to, because we're very worried about the gaps in protection of civilians. And so over time to develop systems that can work. Now, what do we do in Ukraine? Nonviolent Peace Force deployed there a few months after the violence started. And the first thing we saw, and I heard this today from my colleague who started up that program, was the disparate nature of the work, with local organizations taking a lot of risks, doing a lot of on-the-ground effort, and internationals coming in and bulldozing them over and not listening to them and not really working with them. And we did our first assessment, and one of the first things that local groups said was that there needs to be a way to bridge the gap so that local voices can be amplified and heard and listened to. And a small architecture was developed. I'm proud to say not I, but my organization was involved in setting up volunteer networks so that local groups could have access to the international groups who are coming in and working in an environment they didn't know, really, and help work together and also shift resources to the locals who knew the situation on the ground, knew what was needed, but didn't have access to the higher powers. For example, in November 22, we held a meeting with over 60 local organizations and 32 national ones in Ukraine. And it was the first time that many of these local groups were able to interact and discuss with their international counterparts. And now there are these kinds of convenings of networks of local actors and international in Odessa, Nikolaev, Kherson, Kharkiv, and soon in Donetsk. And this is being funded by a humanitarian fund in EFSCO. We've come out with a brief called Responsible Partnerships, and I think this has a lot to do with what we mean by supporting these infrastructures, because we have to recognize power disparities between different groups and spell out and agree to what would be inclusive, civilian-led, and successful, and having the groups work more together. Next, I want to shift to paper that we came together around from the Peace Building group, and say things like, I don't know if you've had a chance to read it, but Gary Slutkin of Cure Violence says, these innovative violence interruption methods should be integral to the UN peace architecture. And this is very similar. It's just having local groups applying what they know and being connected vertically to the UN and then upwards beyond that. Similarly, Subira and Michael say a new peace architecture requires a bottom-up and locally led paradigm shift. And the importance of the role of local people at community level cannot be already up to time. Okay, I'm going to go quickly. Let me shift to the new agenda for peace. If you haven't read it, you should. It's going to be on the plate for the next year or two. I was quite frankly disappointed in it. I don't think it elevated the agency of local actors, but it says some important things about member states needing to develop national prevention strategies to address the different drivers and enablers of violence. And these strategies can help reinforce state institutions, promote rule of law, strengthen civil society to ensure that there are mechanisms for conflict prevention. I am out of time. I was going to go on a bit. I just want to point to so Nonviolent Peace Force has a report on responsible partnerships, particularly to Ukraine. Another organization I work with, Peace Direct, whose raison d'etre is to amplify the voices of local leadership, has done work on the need to colonize aid and peace building. And I'm trying to introduce that to the UN. I also have reports if anyone wants more information. But their newest report is on decolonizing partnerships, because even us INGOs are now holding onto our own power and not wanting to let go, and can't conceive of a world where we're not needed and local people have the power to do what they want. So I really believe that we need a real full shift in a decolonized conception of partnerships and how development is done, and how peace building is done. And this relates to the global architecture to shift power, feed it, and hear the voices of the global South. And that means everything from reworking how the Security Council works. And I'm not expecting huge changes, but at least more voices of the global South. And then not just hearing from marginalized voices, but respecting and shifting power to encompass indigenous voices that someone said earlier, women's voices, marginalized groups, and people who do not speak English, but they know their communities much better than we do, and reframe how everything is done. Because, and I spent 25 years with the UN, and I love the UN dearly. Now that I work with NGOs, I really see much more clearly that the whole UN system has been developed in the context of colonialism. And I think one of the reasons why we are failing is because it is an existential question. And we really need to change our whole thinking. And until the UN is willing to do that and establish a new way of working, we need to be rigorously honest with ourselves, being UN, international INGOs, member states, and others, no holds bar, and upend and turn upside down and change how the intervention. Stop there and help us. Thanks.
Right. Tokyo coming in next. President of the Global
a cooperative world, and other US existence to not prevent war, unfortunately, and we have to learn. I am following the lines of arguments in my article at PRC Auckland. There was like three main issues here. The solution to the war and creating a new peace architecture in Europe, and the world has to address the question of NATO expansion. Great. Second, the US would employ peacekeeping and temporary administration, Russian occupied areas in Ukraine. Thirdly, as the Security Council is in the stalemate, the General Assembly should become more active, as it did during Suez Crisis 6. Now, if we talk about the future peace and security architecture in Europe and the world, nations resolving Russia war, in my mind, we have two fundamentally different visions for the future. The big question of NATO expansion is the dividing line between these visions. In the mainstream vision, an overwhelming view in the countries. NATO and its expansion, as well as increasing resources for arms race, are the future bedrock of the new security architecture in Europe, maybe even the world. This leads us to the question whether NATO's eastward expansion is the primary reason for the Russian invasion. As was stated by Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett in his early peace negotiation in February, March 2020. I mean, in the interview he gave a year later. As you can see in my PRC booklet article about details. This question is critical, but as we start thinking about the ways to solve the war and building new peace and security architecture for Europe. Now coming back to the mainstream narrative of the reasons for the war. Putin, an aggressive imperialist, is the only reason for the war, and the evil person, as well as the whole Russian regime. Furthermore, Putin is basically irrational and unwilling to negotiate. Then, if there ever will be ceasefire, Ukraine is joining NATO would be the only way to establish lasting security guarantees for the country, Europe, and the world. Otherwise, imperialistic Putin or his successors might invade again, according to this worldview. This solution to the present conflict and the vision for the security architecture in Europe, based on NATO's protective umbrella, means that the hostile and dangerous situation between two nuclear superpowers remains, with increasing potential for nuclear exchange, intentional or accidental, and the risk will increase for years and decades to come. This is what most NATO countries see now as a resolution to the war and the vision for the future security architecture, my understanding. This position of NATO countries also means in practice that rearmament, both in conventional and nuclear arms, including the delivery, command, control, and artificial intelligence systems, will increase. This is a very risky development. Second, there will be also a deepening reliance on fossil fuels as a result of the war. As we face a military stalemate, making serious efforts to combat catastrophic climate change next to impossible. Just do not have the resources upon the bill, solve global war simultaneously, we think, as the only solution to the crisis. Now I'm coming to the minority view, the solution to the Russian-Ukraine war and building up the peace architecture in Europe. If the primary reason for invasion or major contributing factor for the war was Ukraine's and the West stated that Ukraine joins NATO, the drive that was intensified during the Biden. Then Putin might be willing to negotiate a lasting solution to the war if Ukraine pledges not to join NATO. Why would Ukraine agree to join NATO? Because of security guarantees might be given to it by several countries, but not by NATO. This was the situation in negotiation with Prime Minister Bennett, Zelensky and Putin, and secondly in Turkey talks in March, April 2022 before Minister at the time Boris Johnson, as an emissary of the West, killed the deal, as reported by pro-government Ukrainian paper Ukrainska Pravda. Again, you can see my article for details. Putin might not anymore be that willing to negotiate for total withdrawal of Russian troops back to the military situation of 23rd of February 2022, as was agreed in the negotiations in Turkey, and therefore an innovative compromise might be necessary. Next. The new type of security guarantee for Ukraine is what I speak about or write about my article, namely that the UN transitional administration and peacekeeping forces take over the Russian occupied areas, thus freezing the conflict. Putin was willing to negotiate the peace deal in the beginning of the war, and this scenario is possible also afterwards. Foreign Minister Lavrov, as an old UN man, might well understand the innovative role of the UN in freezing and solving conflicts through peacekeeping and other tools. Finally, still, we have to state that it would have been easier to achieve ceasefire in the early days of the conflict, opposites within the parties and within the Security Council Parliament. At the current stage, though, an innovation would be to use General Assembly resolution to bring peace to Ukraine, as has been done earlier in Asia or in the Middle East during the Suez crisis in 1956, as I mentioned. It was General Assembly that mandated peacekeeping operations UN emergency force during an emergency special system provided by the UN in the 1950 United for Peace resolution. And that at the time, the Security Council was stalemated because of British and French vetoes. This time, a somewhat similar process would be undertaken in stages. First, General Assembly could ask the Secretary General to undertake a fact-finding mission to Russia and Ukraine and propose various options for peacekeeping and peacekeeping operations based on the UN's past previous experience in the field. Secondly, after the Secretary General's report of his mission to the war zone and the capitals of those involved in the conflict and his proposals for peacekeeping, demilitarization, and transitional administration options in Ukraine, international momentum will start to build for the use of the UN's forgotten tools to make a peace in Ukraine. Eventually, the Security Council might also pass a resolution on ending the conflict. The beauty of this proposal is that it does not reward Russia for its invasion. Its UN security guarantees Ukraine against further Russian aggression. It's the UN, rather than NATO, that should give these guarantees to Ukraine. This would secure a more peaceful situation in Europe than reliance on the NATO's realm.
For that topic, so we're going to open up for questions now. But just quickly to summarize the main points, so Mohammed spoke about the enduring impact of violence on human resilience and the emphasis that needs to be placed on reconciliation. Kirsten spoke about overcoming confrontational politics, respect for otherness, and willingness to compromise. Gay spoke about local is better than global, or needed before global. spoke about skills development that is necessary in local communities. Support needs to be based on responsive partnerships and decolonization of partnerships. Tapio's main points that I took out of it was that solutions need to address this question about NATO expansion. He spoke about the UN peacekeeping mission. UN must be more involved on the ground in Ukraine, and also that the General Assembly become more engaged. He spoke about the risks of not finding solutions and greater international involvement on rearmament and nuclear expansion, increased reliance on fossil oil, and questions the outcome of, if Ukraine were to take the decision not to join NATO, what impact that would have finding a solution. Because time has lapsed so long already, it's going to be more difficult. But maybe we should have a UN fact-finding mission going to Russia and Ukraine to really start getting UN involvement more practical. So that's what I took out of it. So thank you very much. I see two questions on this side. Go to Frank. Start with Frank. After Frank, we can go to Klaus.
Thank you. Yeah, some contribution. So my question is about these evolving conflicts. To what extent would also be more clearer transparency provided, irrespective of UN voting within the balance. So I'll make the links, for example, with China comparing money to debt restructuring of certain nations around the world, and the voting that's supporting. So at least creating that link. Also, the proxy wars that are being fought, Sudan. I mean, there is a proxy fight between Qatar and Saudi Arabia. So, and to the benefit of voting at much, and to explain that and make it more explicit. We have the same for money. We also have the element of uranium, which is there is this nuclear arms race going on. So I think we see that there's an element there to some forces that are at work. Again, it should not you should not have to bank on investigative journalism to come up and find facts. And no, everyone on the ground knows this. And why are they not, or why are they not being disclosed? So, and more transparency about, the inter-tentacles that are taking place at the goal. I should mention also the U.S. The U.S. is also involved in these elements. I think it's also be part, of this kind of things.
Question to Mrs. Rosenblum. First of all, thank you for your contribution. It's very insightful. And to that point, the war is waged on Ukraine, whereas the potential for peace, civilian has the most potential to move the needle regarding this specific war. From your experience, where does this what's on the stand, and what can you share with us from Ukraine as the regarding the war?
Thank you. The points of view that were presented are most refreshing, especially because just recently, maybe 2 months ago, we were at the Association Academic Council 31 meeting in Washington, and the dominant narrative was military. The military went to solve the situation in Ukraine and Russia. There was no room for negotiation or mediation or anything alike. And actually, Celine and I were there. I was very taken aback by the stance of the fact that there was absolutely no room for any negotiation, only a military solution. And that's completely runs contrary to what all of you have said. And I think that's just a very sad situation, given that Ukraine will be destroyed in the process, right? Regardless of who's right or wrong, and we know that. But How can we stop it in the sense that how can we reduce the impact on Ukraine as soon as possible without the politics being involved? What can we do? Because the country is going to be, not only the country, the people, there's a wound that is going to be inflicted in that country for generations. So how can we mitigate the impact from violence and corruption methods to supporting civil society organizations to humanitarian relief? How many things can we do, but how can we alleviate the situation in Ukraine now? And I don't know if Celine might want to talk about that. We were together in this harrowing meeting and we experienced a lot of change as a result of the stance of, military solutions.
Oh, that's right. That's right. People don't mind in the heart. We're just because it's people. But during the understanding of the wars, that they're not able to avoid the wars. And we continue to wait for a military solution. Yes, to say that a big shame for us, because what happened about Syrian, what happened about Africans, and we lost the time to put this issue through the lens of the media and worldwide public opinion. And now we are trying to enforce some effort to put this team again, put life in this family. And I was with the power, as I told you this morning, participating in a final focus on Ukrainian war. And as a researcher and a journalist, no voices from, it's not about the global south, but ways we are listening to the same voice. And here we have many brilliant minds, in this room and outside, to continue looking for military solution. What kind of peace? Like negative peace? It's again. Because if you are waiting for a military response, it means that we are talking about negative peace. Right? How to avoid this again? Because just open newspapers or watch TV, and you can see that new crises are coming. And again, you repeat. And I visited a lot, and I interviewed a lot of refugees from Syria, from Palestine, from Afghanistan, from Iraq. And my words.
Right, last one. Last one. Last question.
About the role of the secretary. What I did very recently is just this idea of, well, it's trying to be inclined to negotiation. And some people say, well, but if you have the role of providing the reality, deploy the moral authority
very much for that. So we'll move over to Guy and then go straight to Tom.
Very difficult questions, and I don't have answers to all of them. I'll give you my opinion, and I would say this is a personal opinion, not attributed to my organization, in case I say anything wrong. I'm going to start backwards about the role of the ESG. In my personal opinion, it has been disappointing, the stand of the UN and what they are saying. And if you look back to something that I think Georgios was very involved with, after the beginning of the Ukraine war, the peacemaking group had a letter signed by many staff saying, imploring him to do more. And I think that did push him at least to the grain deal and maybe some other things that I don't know the inside story of. And yes, I do think the UN should use its moral authority and push and try more, because I really don't see how things could get worse in terms of how we are. And I would mention that the new agenda for peace, to me, was a very disappointing document. It ceded the territory. It said, you know, in 1990, the world looked positive and we were moving to a new age of democracy, and now things are, geopolitics are so divided, we can't do much. That is true, but still you lay out the kinds of things that you can, and not just your power. So, on what people could do, my feeling is that if the UN and other international bodies pay a lot of attention to the warring parties, they're in a way giving psychic power to the warring parties. And if we didn't ignore and pay more attention to the society groups, it would give them more say and power. Now, I do not follow Ukraine in detail, but I do follow Sudan quite a bit. I was there in March, about 3 weeks before the violence started, and we knew the violence was starting. So I'm shocked to hear the head of the UN say it was a surprise, because I was a nobody and I was in Darfur and I heard what was happening. But what can be done? Today on ABC, I watched a 10-minute segment about over 25 NGOs in Washington wrote letters to the State Department, imploring State Department and Congress to just hold a hearing in Congress on Sudan. And it made the news, the top national news. So I think things like that could be important, because if Congress held a hearing, more would come out. And maybe the things that are being said in the specialist literature is Sudan has a thriving civil society network. They were called resistance committees. They were instrumental in the overthrow of Bashir, and they could be empowered to do that. And the international community could work with them in the same way, perhaps, to how the international community worked with the ANC and other extra-parliamentary groups in South Africa by giving them money, not bullets and guns, but by helping them get their information and be stronger. And it's not a quick fix, but over time it does. And that goes along with no room for a peaceful solution. I don't want to sound Pollyanna-ish. I don't think we should all, if we hold hands and make nice, everything will be better. No, I mean, in Sudan and Ukraine, these are very vicious characters, ruining things and the lives of many people. But I think we should not mentally limited by thinking this only military solution, because I think there is more. Last thing I'll say is I think we are working with an old, antiquated paradigm, and we are repeating without thinking old reactions that have clearly proved to stop working. And we haven't found new ones yet. There are some new ones popping up in various quarters, and we need more to have those people and groups join hands. And I think the main thing is to get it from the ground up.
The role of the election has been disappointing, great disappointment, many of us. And none of us knows more about that. I don't know if he wants to talk about that. And that's why in my presentation article, I said that he has been pushed to do something, and the General Assembly could do that. But before that, we need some kind of mass movement inside the member states. could start this kind of movement. It's not that it's one thing to condemn Russian invasion, but that doesn't bring us peace any closer. So there has to be a new vision, which General Assembly do, that there is a possibility to create a peace plan and then execute. I think, as was said, we need also transparency, and I guess General Assembly is more transparent than the Security Council. I think many see this as a proxy war, and that's why I think there need to be a very concrete settlement. China has to be involved, the US has to be involved. The US is now kind of trying to stay aside, but we remember, like the Yom Kippur War, the Middle East, it was really Kissinger who was pushing the peace negotiations forward, and with the help of the Union and others, and the UN was critical in terms of implementing all the peace deals. So we have to remember that. Yes, it's a kind of movement now in the West that military will solve everything. It's kind of interesting that Jeffrey Sachs, it's SGG man, is one of the most prolific proponent of this minority view that the war was not unprovoked. It was this long need to expansion, which was and of course. So I guess that's always my.
Thank you very much. Mohammed, I don't know if you can hear. You can't hear. Okay. So we did say last call, and we are out of time. But I did see a last hand. I don't know, is it crucially important or can we move on?
But in fact, 199 this secretary to bring any that is so if I was the secretary, I wanted to find all the conference he could have got the issue. I wanted to get like 2 months left. Well, what is no, it doesn't matter. You bring up that authority and it's given all of this. Leaving the point of the constitution power while against that was let us remember that Palestine, a part of the regime, was the only one that fought that the other consensus among member states. So I work at the center against many years. We have many budgets from much for very creative. But the Navy was a framework. And also member states and the state and the environment countries, but there was consensus to every one.
Very much. Do you want to say something about that? Okay, but I think that's a common view. My assessment is a common view around here. Closing to match on to that. I don't think this gathering buys the idea that there's only one solution for the Russian in the Ukraine-Russia war.
just a general view that one gets. Yeah, I don't think by that. I think there are other creative and other avenues that can be followed. And the longer we delay, the longer it is going to be something. That is the sentiment of that's come out of this. So I think that ends the session, Georgios. The program says, wrap up by yourself. Very much all of you for participation, for getting many thanks to this panel and to Dara for sharing and to everybody for staying here and for contributing their ideas. I wish the UN worked like this. I think we're ready to do good things and to move really in a direction that is getting us out of the conflict, of conflicts and of impasse with a positive way, a positive new narratives and new instruments of action. I don't know how we can convey it to the other side of the street, but if we create a critical mass, what was said before, we have to work in the capitals, they have told us. Initially, I thought that the folks should not go to the capitals and talk to the governments, but it's the local people who should have their influence on their governments. And we have to create this movement that we're trying with the Global South Network, and we're trying with PRG. And any idea anybody else has, please let us know. Join us or we join you. Really make a difference. That's how. Very
Share it also with 5 years old. I think it would be a shame.
Last thing. I think overall, everybody, thank you very much for hosting this event, organizing this event, for passionate driving this event. Really appreciate the organization. Thank you. Yes, madam. Okay, please get some more.